Okay. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? There aren't any. Take a motion to approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes.
Motion to approve the agenda for February 8th, 2024.
I have a motion. To have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Purchase order log. Any questions for Tracy? Nope. Okay. Internal budget revisions, we don't have any. That's good. Change in status. A new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Anthony Petrucci, County Clerk, for Karen Butcher as a part-time deputy clerk with an hourly rate of $19.46. That is effective February the 12th, 2024. Per Mike Lang, remove Ernest Reed from the payroll effective January 31st, 2024. Letter of resignation received from the County Clerk's office for Patty Lord effective February the 15th, 2024. And a letter of resignation received from the County Clerk's office for Elizabeth Gano, and that is effective February the 19th, 2024. Any questions or comments? Approval of the minutes. Everyone was present, so we can leave them in. We have a resolution for community corrections grant. Nothing there, right? Or just to include that in our consent agenda.
Application, yes.
Okay. Resolution. Anything else? If not, motion to approve the consent. Oh, another resolution authorizing the execution of delivery of, master equipment lease with purchase agreement and related instruments, and determining other matters in connection therewith.
For $1.2 million.
Fleet vehicles. Okay. Any questions or comments, concerns? Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda for February the 8th, 2024.
I have a motion. To have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Correction of assessment logs, nothing provided from the assessor, so we'll move on. Board and meeting reports. Mr. Boyd, we'll start with you.
All right. Yesterday they had a special meeting I went to for the CBB. They had a committee meeting that did a presentation from I guess a professional marketing group. This is the same group that does several other CVBs in the state, including Jefferson County. There was some questions because not everyone got to attend the presentation. They did a subcommittee presentation. So there were some questions back and forth. It's a contract that'll cost roughly $4,000 a month. It could be a little more with video and other things of that nature that they have to do. It's a one-year contract. So they're going back to get some clarity on how much more videos could cost and things like that, because you don't want to sign into this contract, I wouldn't think, and have $4,000 a month, and then all of a sudden they come and tell you they did $3,000 worth of video or whatnot.
It's
So
kind of open-ended.
yes, so really open-ended. So what the board did vote for was to send Mark and Susan back to get some more clarity, to get a contract to vote whether to move forward with a contract with this company. Now, they have some proven good work. If you look at other CVBs such as Jefferson County versus what we have here, it's definitely way more professional. It will be a whole new branding of the CVB, new logos, new literature. They would do all the ads, all the write-ups, everything for every publication that goes out for the CVB.
Okay.
So it's something that's needed, but there's some things that need to be clarified too. So I believe they'll come back at the next regular meeting with a possible potential contract and more details.
Sounds good.
So.
Anything else?
And Friday I had a very informal meeting with the city manager Andy and Blake and Shane Farr, just talking about possibilities for the corridor there at the corner of King and Queen, things with the museum and different things with those buildings there, and what we could do, couldn't do, maybe could do together, or, you know, parking solutions and different things. It went pretty well. We you know, went through a few hours and said we'd come back and talk again. So it was a good meeting.
Very good.
Productive. Working well with the city. So
That's a plus.
yeah,
Anything else?
that's all I got this week.
Steve?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Friday, we had a special meeting over at the Senior Service Board, just to take care of some business involving the COVID funding. They have a possibility of collecting quite a few dollars, but it is so intense on the details that are required that we had to hire a special person to file all the paperwork, and so we just approved funding to pay her and all to make that happen. But they have a good chance to receive several $100,000 back. So
Very good.
hopefully that will work out for them. And then, of course, on Sunday, Gary, Eddie, and I drove down to Charleston and was there for the West Virginia Association of Counties legislative conference. I thought it was the highlight for me was Manchin was there. We got to talk to Senator Manchin. He was the keynote speaker on Monday. I guess it's his farewell tour through West Virginia kind of thing. You know, we certainly appreciate his service to our state and to our country all these years, and wish him the best. So, as far as the legislative part of it, I guess the word is frustration. But I think it's important that we're there.
Yeah.
But it is frustrating, and also I took time to talk to the DEP about the co-permittee stormwater permit that we still don't have in hand, and we're trying to work that and get that to where we have an actual permit.
Yeah.
So we'll continue the battle on that. I've got calls in there and expecting calls from Charleston regarding that as well. So, but other than that, that's I'll let Eddie expand more on our trip.
That call out from has to come on after third Wednesday, right? Can't be before then.
Yeah, well, I actually got to finally talk to him. Yeah, it's I don't know. They work at their pace. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, they will. Okay. Anything else? Is that it?
That's it.
Eddie?
Yes, sir. Steve mentioned, you know, Gary and Steve and I were in Charleston early this week, and work on the rollback, trying to encourage and educate the different legislators on our needs and how detrimental it is to us as we grow that those funds are removed. So just Summerhead is in front of some of the more shakers and movers and the ones that understand the rollback, because it is a little complicated and a lot of them truly do not understand. But she was able to get us in front of like Clay Riley, for example, and she has identified a delegate to run the bill. So, you know, we are hopeful that we'll get some assistance there. And of course, you know, we're always going to be talking about the 1 cent sales tax, and we also encourage the different delegates about the increasing the homestead.
Exactly.
It's not homestead.
Home rule? Exemption?
Yeah, the homestead exemption,
Yeah.
to be able to increase those numbers to take some of the burden off of our seniors. And that's going to be a heavy lift, I believe, but, you know, we continually work to try and find them some assistance. Yesterday, Gary and I were on R&R. We talked about staffing, we talked about budgets. There's a lot of misconception out there about our budget, and you know, the thing of it is we have a tremendous amount of requests, more so than in the past. So last year and the year before, we would be able to be very generous with those different agencies, but early indications are we may not be able to be as generous as in the past. But still moving along with that. The out-of-state tag committee met yesterday. Mr. Cabot, I want you to be aware that there are 316 licenses that will be moving forward to citations.
And one citation issued.
One citation has been
Has been
issued.
issued, yes, sir.
And what they've identified as of yesterday, 316 folks that they will be looking for to enforce.
I wonder, has there been an instance where, let's say these citations are issued and still the respondent doesn't do anything? Could they, well, I'm just saying, and they, if they don't change it with their citation, and they could,
It's a magistrate court that handles it.
but would they charge them again if they don't do it in a certain amount of time, or would it be like a second offense, I wonder?
I think fine increases, I don't have the statute.
Okay.
The fine initially is $500. If you don't do it.
If you don't do it.
$500. So that's where it starts.
So do they have time between the citation and showing up to court to get it done?
That's up to the magistrate. Oh, yeah, they can do it before they go there.
Yeah, you can go in.
But the magistrate will make the decision whether to fine or give them another week or so.
So they had time between their notification that they were incorrect, I think it's 3 months?
It's
a long period.
It's only 30 days.
30 days.
But they've had now over 3 months to do it. Right. So we've expanded it to 90 days,
Right.
basically.
Yeah, I'm just curious, sometimes when somebody doesn't have insurance and they get it done before they show up to court, they throw it out. I didn't know if that would be the
And I
thing
think they
or,
would in this case too.
yeah.
That's an arrangement with the prosecutor's office, so they'll say, yeah, show us your proof of insurance, we'll drop the charges. It'll be the same, I assume.
Yeah. The thing to me is it needs to be publicized somewhat if someone is fined so that it alerts people that, hey, they mean business finally, and we better do this now, instead of just.
So on these fines, if they just so choose not to pay, do they lose their license or something like that, or how's that work? What's that happen? Just curious what the consequences are if they, they go to court and still don't pay. Do they go to jail? They lose their license? What happens to these people?
It's up to the magistrate.
I don't believe there's any penalties on your driver's license. But it's just like any other misdemeanor fine that you get and enforcement of that.
I got you.
And the fine's greater probably than what they owe.
Right.
And then now that what they owe, they can actually get credit for that. So there's certainly no reason.
Gives them a reason to get it done. Yeah,
Not to do it,
exactly.
yeah.
Absolutely.
But, one of the things here is, the public, has been yelling about this for quite a while. And, we are in motion. So
Oh yeah, no, it's a good thing. I'm just wondering what the
Yeah, I was just kind of curious
procedures are.
'cause, you can speed so many times, you get so many tickets for every instance, so I'm just wondering if that's how it would proceed.
Of course, once you do it, then they're good.
Yeah.
But over 3,500 cars now in the books, in the system that haven't
Change,
changed.
yeah, haven't.
So, that haven't. And I'm sure there's thousands of more out there. That
and now being able to get the tax credit back from the state of West Virginia, come on,
Let's pony up.
do what the law requires you to do.
Can I go back to something Eddie was
Yeah.
talking about, the homestead exemption? One of the plan is there's a lot of counties that are fearful of it because it's going to actually take some income away from them, from the tax base.
Right.
And so, but the bill that Hardy introduced, the state would actually reimburse the counties for that loss. But there was a lot of negative comment in, like Amendment 2, where do we trust the state to do that down the road?
Yeah.
So that, I think that's going to make it difficult.
To move it
because of that,
forward, yeah.
To move forward with it. But it's not that we didn't try. I don't know that it'll go.
Okay. Eddie?
Yeah, on the construction, like we've done building, the new windows have been installed where the ambulance authority is going, where the fire board originally was. That site right there, that space is really, really nice. It's coming along. There's still a lot of work to do in there yet. The clerk space right underneath that was just coming along very nicely. They finished pulling some wire right now. All the painting pretty much is done. Carpet's down. Looks really nice, those spaces. And I'm assuming, I was not able to be at the meeting yesterday because of a prior engagement, but fiduciary should be the next ones moving out of there.
No, because of the way they have to orchestrate, but as soon as the space is done, they move. Actually, the clerk is next to move, but they can't because we don't have fiduciary space.
Right, okay.
So,
But everything's on schedule, everything's moving well. Very satisfied with the work. Day report, the steel will be delivered Monday and Tuesday, and it'll take 2.5 to 3 weeks for erection of the steel. And as you can see when you drive in, both stair towers, the block was all laid, and they've not yet been able to set the stairs until they get the floorboard. So the project is moving just a little bit slower than we anticipated.
Well, the weather hasn't been as cooperative as it could be, but outside work, it's tough. Just that kind of work this time of year. So. Anything else?
That's it.
All righty. The only thing I had was on Monday we had a planning commission meeting. There were 4 public hearings. One on Cornerstone, Mills Meadows was a request for an extension out on that project. Arcadia Springs was final plat for several lots and final plat approval. And another one for Fargo Properties. It was actually lightly attended by the public, so it was pretty much a business as usual on that. So it was a good meeting. And that's all that I have. I was on the radio yesterday also with Nick Deal at the airport, and we were discussing and talking about Marshall University being here with their flight program, and in conjunction with Shepherd University, there's still some items there that they want to kind of work out and get put on the books, and with a memorandum, I hope, of understanding, as well as Blue Ridge on the maintenance program for aircraft maintenance, which will open up an opportunity for other aviation businesses maybe to move into this area. So it's coming along. We expect probably April, beginning of some instructions going on, maybe a little bit sooner. Depends on the makeup of a student and where they're coming from. Right now, everything is done based out of Charleston Airport and some up in the northern Panhandle. So now we're incorporating the eastern Panhandle. So it's going to move along.
Good.
Any other questions, comments? All righty. Where am I at here? I have a reappointment packet received from Mike Ferrari for the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. Is he on here to come for a reappointment? Yeah. Okay. Can I have a motion to reappoint Michael? I mean, that is my board, but can I have a motion to reappoint Michael Ferrari?
Yes, sir. So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Reappointment package received from Jim Klein for the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. His term expires February the 8th, 2024. So have a okay. Can I have a motion to appoint Jim Klein?
So moved.
I have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And now we're down here, reappointment packet received from Tamara McDaniel for the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority. Her term expires February the 16th. Steve, that's your board. We want to reappoint?
I think so, but I'll wait till next week to do it.
Okay. Put that on the calendar for next week, Penny? For the agenda. And let's see, appoint Elise Gregory and Patrick Morey to the local emergency planning committee. Do I have a motion for that, LEPC?
So moved, sir.
All right, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Eddie, introduce our honorary council person.
Absolutely. Raise your right hand. I
I, Lucas Velez, I, Lucas Velez,
do swear and affirm
do swear and affirm
that I will uphold the Constitution
that I will uphold the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of West Virginia,
and the State of West Virginia,
that I will work hard
that I will work hard
to fulfill the responsibilities
to fulfill the responsibilities
of the office of Honorary Commissioner,
of the office of the
Honorary Commissioner,
Honorary Commissioner,
which I have been appointed.
which I have been appointed.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Tell folks a little bit about yourself and what you may want to do in the future.
My name's Lucas Velez. I go to St. Joseph School right near Stephen Street. I will be going to Hedgesville High School when I'm done with 8th grade. And I would like to get an arts major or a sculpting career because I really like making art with me and my grandpa. So I want to get an arts major and make some art, maybe for the state, maybe. So that'd be one of my goals that I would like to make. And a concern that I have is the school implemented a new system with the middle school building that we have near Stephen Street, that parking lot. During the time of, I would say, 1 to 3, people would get picked up, but most people leave at 2:55 to 3:30. The only concern that I have is that is I believe 20 to 25 mile per hour zone, that street, and people are going like 50, 55, and I would say it's a real danger because people are trying to pick up their kids and God forbid something happens, because I've seen people go 60 on that road, and that's just a real concern that I have because I don't really want anyone getting hurt. So, yeah.
Well, maybe we'll reach out to the city and see if they will monitor that
that's-
school. That's a school zone, so it should be
Yeah, that's
down to
a
15
20.
when children are
Yeah,
present,
that's like
students.
a 15, 20 mile per hour zone.
Maybe we'll reach out to the mayor and kind of enlighten them of your concern for you. Okay?
Thank you, Louis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All righty. 10 o'clock, we're a little bit early. Mr. Lang, come on up and tell us about your budget presentation.
How you guys doing today?
Good, Jack. How you doing?
I have a little slide presentation once we get the
That's why they
TV
were
on. That's
on.
why Mr. Chase is here with me
Okay.
to help a little bit. Yeah, come on,
You done
man.
went high tech here, Jack.
Yeah.
You're
Sir?
high tech.
I think, man.
Sir?
You done went high tech on us.
I did, didn't I? You wait till you see this here. Of course, I had a lot of help. So,
A little help from a friend.
yeah, yeah, I got to lean on them a good bit with this kind of stuff. Of course, we've been busy. You see, we've painted this chambers in here. We painted in there. With all the construction we've done, we've hauled a pile of stuff out of here that was down below us, where tax office and voters registration is now. All that's been either recycled, landfill, or hauled into the scrap yard. The good thing is, everything we take to the scrap yard is here where the old ice plant used to be. They send a check right to Benny, so we don't have to.
It's really convenient.
Yes, it is. It is. I don't have to worry about money. It all comes to them, and
Use it quite a bit myself.
yes, we do. So some of the highlights, of course, this year we was able to do the airport. We was
This
able to help
is
with
one
Marshall.
of the offices for Marshall University that's going
Yep.
to be at the airport.
We built a wall and put in the drop ceiling.
I was gonna say, check out that drop ceiling.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
It's very nice.
Yes. There was 3 of the fellows there. Donald, Mickey, and Andrew was the big 3 right there on that one. Everybody on the team really does really well. I can't complain about none of the fellas. Again, that's part of the room. We installed a door there to separate the classroom from, I guess, the reception area.
No before pictures, Jack?
Sir?
No before pictures?
No, I wasn't that smart, Gary.
I can tell you they had their work cut out for
So
them.
if you would have seen it, what you don't see here, because I went out with Jack the first time, this was an open storage area. It had shelves with nuts and bolts and everything in it. And
It was a
Jack
maintenance.
and his team turned it into true functional classroom space.
Of course, we had a lot of help with painter and the carpet people and stuff like that. We didn't get into that part, but just getting everything where they needed to be was a big help. And it wasn't that time consuming. They done it pretty quickly.
So
So
if you don't know how this happened, the airport and their effort with this deal with Marshall, they tried to find contractors to do this little job.
It wasn't happening.
You just can't. So they called and said, hey, you guys do IT work for us, how about some construction work? So Jack and I went out, and Jack in typical fashion said, yes, sir, whatever you need. And,
Did a great job.
They did.
Thank you.
They
Thank
did.
you.
They did, yes, sir. And the good thing, brother, I did get to eat lunch one time there at the restaurant. So, so that was pretty cool. So then I guess we'll go to the next one. Then this was the basement down underneath it here. We had like 13 skids of maps and old planning stuff that we called out here and shredded. Paper, all just piles of it. I don't know how long ago it was. Some of them I seen was like 1998 on some of them that just need to be destroyed. We've had shred people here the last 3 weeks, and they're coming again tomorrow to get stuff out. So that was a big help. We had help with community service, getting that space freed up, cleaned up. Then the next space is, this was upstairs on the Sweeney floor. There was 2 rooms up there that had all kinds of stuff in there. Of course, I didn't do too many before pictures, like I just kind of figured out what we did, but there was a pile of boxes that was hauled down them elevators and outside and put on skids. And I didn't tell Mr. Wine, but I did rent a box truck that day to do that, and it was like $134 with the lift gate.
trying to
Yes,
save their backs.
yes. So what we done, we took them right outside the little side door here. We had skids there. We stacked them up. We hauled the forklift over. We set them over, set them in the back of the truck. Put Donald in there for pilot jack. He put 6 in at a time. We hauled them to Baltimore Street. The shred truck comes to Baltimore Street. We got plenty of room right there at the end dock for everybody to come and just get rid of it.
Yeah, and when you walked in there, Jack, you said, good Lord.
And I said more than that, Eddie, but I ain't gonna repeat that here. And then, of course, with the construction and stuff, we had to move some voting equipment around. So at the 750, we built a voter's room right there, which is heated, air conditioned, and secured. This is all the black cans. And we got, you can see the tables. Mickey built the brown table that you see. There's outlets along there, and they're on switches. If they need to take everything in and charge them and plug them, they can plug them up. And if they need to kill them, they can just kill the switch and kill the whole thing. They don't have to go around and unplug them. So that whole thing there is just all for voters. It's on it'd be the northeastern side of Baltimore Street right there.
So that's to meet the security standards issued by the Secretary of State for national policy. This stuff, once the election cycle starts, can't be available to anybody, to include us or them. So Jack got together with the county clerk and his staff and created this out there. So now, as you heard Jack say, it's secured, it's crime controlled. We've invested about $1.7 million in equipment. Now, there's an audit tracking log that happens, so when the Secretary of State wants to audit, see who's been near, who's touched, they know exactly.
And so we also kind of went through and we built a wall through the whole side there on the east side. That way, on the other side of the wall is some of the police equipment stuff that goes in the car, so they can't go into that and come into our side. That's just a walkway down to their end to clean down the far end. And then we made them their own entrance right there off of Baltimore Street with a deck and a light and a badge control door and everything there for that too.
That's strictly for voters or?
Strictly for
voters?
Voters, county clerk,
Yeah.
I guess what it'd be.
For that office, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we kind of used the other inside there. We got a lot of filter storage that we changed the filters around here, and a lot of the air handler units, stuff like that. What else we got? And then here was the good one.
Who transports the voting equipment to the polling place? IT. Your IT does. Okay.
Yeah. So then up on the west side of the building, we had an area up there that was 60 by 115. And that thing was full of boxes from the county clerk. There's rows and rows and rows and rows scattered out on 4 or 5 high. So with a little vision from Mr. Wine there, as you can see, we purchased racking from Mountaineer Racking in Berkeley Springs, built a wall, cut that room in half, and that's what that room looks like now. And now they got 60 by 60 is basically what they got, just for the county clerk side, or I'm sorry, for the circuit clerk records that have to be kept for like 75 years. I said, I guarantee you, for whatever reason. So that's all in a secured area. They got their entrance where they come up there on the west end as well. That's another view of it. You can see the other wall this is where the new county clerk records are going to go. We built this wall in between them. It's climate controlled. You can see the ductwork there in the corner. It's 60 by about 55. We didn't quite cut the building in half. We kind of followed a beam. So they got, and we started with racking. I've reached out to Mountaineer again about more racking. He has replied, how much do you need? I told him this ought to be a good number. The idea is to put 5 high on the books on each shelf there, and we can put like 4 different sets of shelves. We figured get over 100 books. There's a pile of land books down there that they're not going to bring here when they move.
So the vision to that is to not use the high dollar space in the building for documents that may never get looked at again or get looked at every 5 years. Move them to this storage. Mr. Guggenheim, you'll notice the functional fire
Yes,
suppression system that's on that side of the building. Thank you very much.
the whole building.
So it's fire suppressed, it's climate controlled, and it's access controlled. So it saves space here, and then truly use Baltimore Street for what you got it for, functions like this, where you can store it, to drag it inside this building.
And the good thing, it's up on the high side, so if the creek decides to show itself, all that stuff is safe. You know, if it gets up into there, we got more problems than that. And then this will be the walkway. There's a outside exit there. There's already got a key access on card access on it. We're going to close off a door there. Kind of got the lights up and going, just kind of brighten it up there a little bit so the county clerk can come in on that side. And I think the plan is if somebody needs to look at a book, somebody will escort them down and find them a book they need to find and go from there. Then we I thought we did this at kind of end of last year, first last year. We put a door into that side for the sheriff's storage. The sheriff has a spot out here now in 750, just one room. It's got a heater in it as well. We're keeping some of the signs, the boat, and just some little odd things out of the garage that they had over here. As you can see, I went in and took a couple pictures.
Roads, four-wheelers, digital signs, that kind of stuff they were storing in their garage, or this place, other stuff. So using Baltimore Street again.
Right.
Can't be much room left.
Oh,
Well, we can squeeze some more in there if we had to. And I think is that it, Chase? Is that all we got? Yeah, that's
What
it.
was the total square footage of that building again? 70?
Yeah, it was like 700 and some odd thousand.
75,000.
It was huge. It was huge. Yeah. So, and then, like I say, with everything else we've done, we tore down a trailer and a building of Sportsman. We got rid of it, got that cleaned up down there. Of course, we do
To the neighbors.
Gave plywood to the neighbors.
gave plywood to the neighbors. Yeah, we tore a bunch of plywood out. Next morning, it was gone. So I guess somebody either redone their kitchen or built a tree house out of it or something. Of course, then we always do the monthly fire extinguisher checks, furnace filters, etc. And we've done, believe it or not, almost 1,700 work orders that come in through, and we've had 2 snow events that we got through so far. So we're doing okay. So if you want to get to your budget papers, you can see pretty much we didn't change a thing. What I worked with last year is the same thing. We're in pretty good shape. I've reached out to Gary. It's kind of given me his blessing to purchase a ProPress tool. I'm getting some estimates on everything in this thing that everybody's putting together is put together with a ProPress.
Solder.
No,
Eliminates the effort of solder and copper pipe.
it squeezes and squeezes
Oh,
and
okay,
go.
okay, yeah,
Like a
the
Victolic they
Yes.
used to use on water.
waters, yeah,
Yeah, now for.
3/4 half stuff.
Yes. The kit we're
Yeah, the
looking.
fittings themselves, they already have an insert in them.
Yeah, no ring
Okay,
and
no-
everything. Yeah. They're a little more expensive than soldering, but the neat thing with them is if you got a leak, you can put a valve on it. You know, you can let the water run, squeeze it shut, and cut the valve off if you had to, versus trying to get everything stopped, dried up, at the whole 9 yards. So
Now I'm gonna show you, have you seen the tool that will freeze a pipe?
yes, we froze a pipe here.
Yep.
We had one with a leak in
Had
it,
one,
and we came
okay.
in and froze it.
Froze it and then fixed it.
Yes, sir. Then the judicial center.
No,
No, that was.
We don't own that one.
no, that's a rentable.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's called somebody else who can do that one.
So does Bubby like that new tool?
Well, we ain't got one yet. I've been getting prices on it. About
We told Bubby's gonna lay him off. We need.
Bubby won't like that.
well, he's okay with it, but he still says, well, the fittings are a lot more than this and that, and which they are. The fittings are a little more expensive than just buying copper fittings. But I think it'd just be so much
Time-wise.
quicker.
Time-wise.
Time-wise.
And you don't need to be a plumber to do it.
Right, right.
Bubby's in trouble.
Yeah.
Jack, what's the size that you're looking at.
We're looking, it'll go from half-inch cleanup to 2.
Very nice.
Yeah, and you can rent like a 3-inch jaw. We have a little bit of 3-inch stuff in here, but very little. Most everything else we cover. Starts at half, 3/4, 1, 1/2, and 2 is what comes with the kit. And it's battery operated. You can take it anywhere you want to go. So
Milwaukee has a nice.
Milwaukee, that's what we're
Gives a
looking
bit
at.
of
It's
time.
about 3,700. So we're kind of waiting till we get a couple more bids here this morning or this week or whatever.
It's the alternative to PEX.
Yes, Pex has made me a plumber. So do y'all have any questions over the budget? I'll get here, let y'all be. I've held up enough of your time.
Jack, I don't have any.
We've kept the uniforms the same. Of course, I was supplying them for the cleaning people and everything else too at the time. So we'll just keep all of that. And then with the building, the capital outlay with the building and equipment, the only thing that maybe eventually down the road we might have to look at would be upgrading our salt spreader that goes on back the truck. Down the road a little bit. We've had
big
it-
one?
The big one, yeah.
The big one, okay.
Yeah, if we had a bearing go bad and back, I don't know if you'd ever get it apart.
Mm.
Of course, well, the other day when it was real nice and warm, what we took nice time, we washed that thing up and greased it back up again. But it's just, I've been here 8 years and it's been here as long as me, and some years you use it good and some years you don't. So I'm liking the years we don't, but
It's a good insurance policy.
it is.
That continued maintenance is key.
Yes, we take it out there and we spray it and grease it and stuff, but then
what-
it's just the back end is the worst of it.
That's why I saved my old motor oil.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Brush it on.
I know a couple of guys got some jugs of that, so right there. So any questions, comments, concerns with what we're doing in facilities?
I've only been here a little over a year, and I'm just amazed at what you all do, how much hard you work. On behalf of our community and county, I really appreciate what you all do.
Well, I appreciate that, but like I said, the guys do well, we get along well.
Cost savings alone warrants us a whole lot.
Yeah, and we're done with your machine.
Oh, you're done?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all righty. Just
Yeah, we had a big dam at the back of the creek here, so we got a machine with a thumb from Mr. Whitaker to clean out the creek real quick, so it didn't dam up and really make a mess. So we're kind of right at the back door, so we're good with that. If you want to come get it, and it's full of fuel.
Before Jack walks off, he will never take credit, but he kind of followed suit with what IT was going and offering up to the outside agencies. Through his help desk system, he's supporting the ambulance authority in all of their buildings. You saw the project he just did at the airport. So anytime that your teams can help, these outside agencies starve for little things. Steve ran outside agency and understands when you need a little tiny job done, probably ought to just bring your crews from home to do it if you don't have that skill set and staff, because you can't get anybody to do it. And that project at the airport, we probably did it at a third the cost, if not a quarter the cost of what, if you could get someone to take the time and know.
yeah.
It works really good. And we get nothing but, oh, Jackie's a great guy, so good job there.
Appreciate it. Any
That's why I
questions,
don't.
comments?
That's why I don't mind helping you out.
Thank you, sir. So, all right, y'all have a good day.
All right, thank you, Jack.
Okay, for the next guy up.
Next up, not unless you all want, I would do a break next. Tim Zaya, come on up for Community Corrections Director.
This isn't going to be nearly as cool as Jack's because I didn't bring pictures.
Well, we're lost then.
I didn't recognize him when he walked up here without his hat on. I had to do a double take.
Did you notice Tim stroll up to the podium?
Uh-huh.
He's got a new non-limp finger on.
Oh, yeah.
Getting better every day.
Good.
I'm here to talk to you about the 3 departments that I'm involved with. I'm going to start with the home confinement office. I got home confinement, recovery services, and day report center. Our home confinement department is continuing to operate very well. The majority of the money that the county's committing to these 3 departments is involved with personnel. Day report center alone, 80% of the budget is personnel. And that's the same with home confinement and recovery services. The majority of it takes a lot of people to make all these things happen. The home confinement program has continued to grow each year. As an example, from 2020 to 2021, numbers increased by 9%. 21 to 22 increased by 11%, and then 22 to 23, and these are calendar years I'm talking, numbers increased by 15%. So in 2023, the home confinement officers hooked up, meaning put monitors on 253 people through the course of the year. 68 of those folks were revoked for various reasons, and 169 of them completed their home confinement sentence. We collected in calendar year 2023 $107,709. The jail cost would have been, had they been traditionally incarcerated, $2,398,274. So the cost savings to the county having this program in place is really significant. Not to mention the fact that these are people that are allowed to serve their sentences in the community. They're with their families, they're working, they're paying their bills. The positive ripple effects go on and on and on.
Tim, are you at 7?
Officers,
Yeah.
there are 8 currently, 1 vacancy. I don't want to fill that vacancy quite yet.
You haven't filled that vacancy yet.
No, sir.
I know we approved up to 8, but
Yes.
still at 7 then as well. Yeah.
Yes, we're teetering on the need, but we're not. I don't want to pull the trigger
Haven't
yet.
got there yet.
Yep. I've done my best to reduce my budget request for the home confinement office this year. There are some areas that I can cut a bit. Travel, for instance, is one. Training and education is another. My contracted services request is going to remain the same. I believe we can get by another year on that same figure, and I'm cutting supplies and materials a bit. So my overall request is $12,000 less than last year, and I think that will get us through. Any questions about home confinement? It's
You said you saved how much this year?
jail bill.
You said it would have
We-
been
we-
2.3, right?
Would have been almost 2.4. We collected 107, so more than $2 million is what the jail bill would have increased by. Because these are folks who require incarceration. The law allows for them to serve their sentence, though, in their homes if they're on GPS monitoring.
Right.
Yep.
I was just wondering what the difference was there. I missed it.
Yep.
And are you happy with the judicial branch that you coordinate this with? I mean, as far as the judges and
100%.
100%.
They're all supportive of the program. They continue to send referrals regularly. They're pleased with the services being provided.
Does it go down to the magistrate level?
Mhm.
The judge?
Yep.
Do they give them a choice? Do they say, hey, go to jail or go here, or they say you go here? I'm just curious.
I believe if a person wanted to refuse a home confinement sentence, they could. That's
About 90%, 100%
more.
probably.
Yeah,
are.
yeah, right.
Right.
Yep. Short and sweet with home confinement.
Just a note I found out yesterday, I got a tow bill for like $250 from someone from Romney. It was a home confinement vehicle. I knew about the vehicle. I called Tim and said, what, you guys are going to training, whatever. They have clients. It's anomalies, but he has clients. They're up in Romney.
There are a few very well-run female recovery houses in Romney, and sometimes offenders are sentenced who need to get into that program or are recommended to get into that program. So it's not terribly common, but we do monitor from time to time people down there. When they're down there, the staff really keep the officers informed of what's going on. They can tell if they ever leave the residence, but they'll go down there every couple of weeks to have a face-to-face.
Have you heard anything out of the program at the Tomahawk camp?
So I have a meeting scheduled with their vice president here in the next couple of weeks. I met with him several months back when they were planning to, actually it was more than several months back, it was probably last summer. Their plan was to begin services there at Camp Tomahawk in around October. But I think that may have taken a bit of a backseat because conversation began to take place for Pyramid to purchase MRC, which they just completed the finalization of that sale. Pyramid is now over MRC, and it's no longer Mountaineer Behavioral Health. And they're now they have staff from other branches throughout the country that are here over the next couple weeks to.
So they're doing both programs then? Or is that
I haven't heard any recent updates on what they're doing with Camp Tomahawk. So I'm not clear on whether or not the MRC thing really slowed things down there, or what their plan is.
I got you.
Yeah,
Because I had met with the gentleman, and I told him to get in touch with you, and I didn't know.
that's right. You did connect that visit. Yeah, that might have been June or July that we
It's
talked.
been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I just communicated with him this week via email, and we're trying to connect our schedules for a meeting, and we haven't done that yet. And he's kind of buried right now with getting all these people over there and getting the staff. I believe they hired as many of the current staff that MRC had as possible, and they're going to need to train them in their processes now.
Because he had even mentioned the possibility of renting space on the second floor over there in your building. So that's why I was,
Oh,
because he said he would like to integrate, and it would be a good possible place for them to do some business. So, that would help us, I think.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Recovery Resource Center. In 2023, there were 231 people that just walked through the front door and said, I need help. There were 63 that ended up entering an inpatient treatment program, 9 who were connected with medically assisted treatment, 381 who engaged with peer recovery coaching services. Our groups that are continuing to run at the Resource Center: on Mondays, the youth support group; on Tuesdays, there are 2 groups, All Recovery and Smart Recovery. Wednesdays is the family support group, Thursdays Narcotics Anonymous, and Fridays open Narcan training for anyone interested. The couple of grant-funded programs that are run through the Resource Center, one is JOTIP, Juvenile Opioid Treatment Intervention and Prevention Program. In 23, the JOTIP staff were in Mountain Ridge Middle, Hedgesville Middle, South Middle, Hedgesville High, Mountain Ridge Intermediate, Vicki Douglas, Berkeley County Transitional School, and they also go to Timber Ridge. The number of students served via external group was 549. Number of students served in the school setting was 1,222. This spring semester, currently they're in Spring Mills High, Musselman High, Mountain Ridge Middle, South Middle, and Hedgesville Middle. The grant that funds those staff was renewed this past, that grant is a federal grant. It works on federal fiscal year, so it was renewed effective October 1st for 3 more years. So they continue to stay connected with the schools and are interacting with a whole lot of students. So a lot of good work is being done there. The quick response team began in October of 2020. I left some numbers off here. In totality, since October 2020, they've knocked on 1,121 doors. They've reached 489 overdose survivors. They've interacted with 248 families, distributed almost 700 doses of naloxone. 223 of those survivors that have accepted some type of help, which is 45% overall. I wanted to have the last month's numbers, and I didn't transfer them. Apologies there. But those are the total numbers. Huh? No. I have what I sent you.
Nearly 50% of the people that they've come in contact with have reached out for some type of help.
I have always been thoroughly impressed, Eddie, with that number. It's always been about 50%, just shy of it. And I've said before the program ever started, I expected that number to be much lower. And it still would have been successful if it was much lower, but it boils down to the ability. It takes the right person to be able to cold knock on a door a couple of days after an overdose and talk to them in a way that gets them to say, you know what, I hear you. Let me do something with you.
Well, I think that number at 45% attributes to the fact that folks who are in that world hear about the good work that quick response team is doing and are more open to that help because they had a friend or a colleague or somebody that they knew that did get help.
Mm-hmm.
And they want help. A lot of times they don't know how to get help.
Yeah. Here it is. These are actually the January numbers, which are fresher. I thought I had December's, but in January, it's a lower number than the average. They only knocked on 12 doors, reached 8 survivors out of the 12, interacted with 2 families, distributed 18 doses of naloxone to those people in total, and 3 out of those 12 for the month of January accepted services. But yeah, it's a great program. It's a fully grant-funded program. The health department is the fiscal agent of the grant. We provide the services and invoice the health department on a monthly basis to get reimbursed. The staff at the Resource Center facilitate the harm reduction program from January 1st, 23 through December 31st, 23. And the harm reduction program runs on Wednesdays from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. at the health department. There have been 1,001 people served at harm reduction. And that's total people. Those 1,001 people are all different people, not the same people that showed up every week. 34 of these people decided to enter an inpatient or MAT program during the course of the year. There's a bill, I think Bill Kearns or somebody brought it up recently. There's a bill that's been introduced to make it so that syringes cannot be distributed at harm reduction programs. Whoever's introducing that kind of legislation is really clueless about this sort of thing. Heroin addicts are going to inject heroin. Fentanyl addicts are going to inject fentanyl. There's no stopping them from doing that while they're involved in their active addiction. And if they don't have access to clean syringes, they're going to reuse syringes over and over and over again. They're going to share them with one another. It spreads disease significantly. So why would we not want a program like the harm reduction program, where these people that are living in the community who are in active addiction, daily injecting these drugs, have an audience with peer recovery coaches and the nurses at the health department to engage them and establish and build relationships with them, educate them, notice if there's sores and things that need attention, give them clean syringes, and every week say, hey, whenever you're ready, we can help you right now. There's extraordinary value to this program. It reduces the overall cost of addressing this kind of problem at the healthcare level significantly. So removing the state's ability to distribute syringes at these sites is really a lot of conversation, a lot of education needs to be provided to the people that support that sort of thing. So
Yeah,
that's my
I think
soapbox.
that some of those harm reduction programs are not ran nearly as well as ours is, and I think that's what's created some problems on the state level. But I would certainly think that they would be willing to look at what happened in the city of Charleston when they stopped that harm reduction program. It had negative effects on those folks.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll continue to support that.
Bill was in Charleston for several days fighting it.
Is it still pressing, or?
I've heard that it's probably not going to go anywhere, but
Let's hope.
it always makes me nervous when stuff like that's introduced. Our SBIRT case manager, I'm sorry, were there any more questions, comments about harm reduction? Okay.
Just if you know who's pushing that bill, I know some people down there. I can make some
Senator
calls.
Tar, I think is his name. I don't know him personally. I'm not even sure what county he's from.
He's the finance chair. He just said it.
Okay. Our SBIRT case manager at the Resource Center, which is screening and brief intervention for referral and treatment, is a very busy guy. He does a really good job. His name's Will Carpenter. He navigated 166 referrals last year. 114 of those were successfully placed into an inpatient treatment facility. 29 of them refused. 21 were involved in the legal system in some capacity, and he couldn't get them out of ERJ for this reason or that, legal things. And 2 were pending. So he stays busy and does a really good work. So the grants that fund the Resource Center, it's not a 100% grant funded department, but it's pretty close. There's a DHHR grant, $80,000 a year. Our JOTIP grant is $364,906 a year, and the QRT grant is $203,123 a year, for a total of $648,029. My overall budget request for the Resource Center is the same as last year.
Okay.
Tim, do any of your folks overlap or interwork with the Martinsburg Initiative?
Yes.
Because I know that they run a Joe Tip also, correct?
Well, they
Or
do.
is it through you all?
Joe Tip is through us.
Okay.
The Martinsburg Initiative does similar work to the Joe Tip staff. Too good for drugs, facilitation, and such.
I just know that we've got people on all fronts, and it's important, to me that they work together where they can.
One of our grants, one of the grants that we have here at the county funds, we fund one of her social workers. We have been for 2 years. Mhm. Yeah, we work together.
Thank you.
And she concentrates on the school population.
Mm-hmm.
That she does.
Yes.
And she's expanded, I mean, she started out in Martinsburg, but she's expanded out into the county as well, so that was good to hear.
Day Report Center. It's the big one. So in fiscal year 22-23, we received 676 referrals. They come from, most of them from magistrate court, but also probation, state drug court, home confinement, parole.
Say the number again.
Which number? The overall?
Yeah.
676 in fiscal year 22-23. And Catalyst. Catalyst is now our second largest referral source. That's our juvenile program. It continues to grow. In fiscal year 23-24, from July 1st through December 31st, we've received a total of 344 referrals so far. So we're on track to exceed the total number of referrals last fiscal year. So the Day Report Center, like these other programs, just continues to slowly grow and grow. The majority of the DRC budget, 80%, is staff-related, personnel-related. There are 43 full-time employees at the Day Report Center, 5 part-time. There are 113 hours of group therapy a week being facilitated now. That number jumped over the last few months. It was around 80 for quite a while, but we've added some programming because of the need. So there's 113 hours of group therapy happening on a weekly basis. Roughly between 80 and 100 hours of individual therapy a week. Approximately 2,000 drug screens are being conducted a week. A week? Yes. We're serving both adults and juveniles. Our juvenile program continues to grow at a higher rate than the adult program. Briefly touch on the success of the Day Report Center. So, according to the National Institute of Justice, I might have shared this with you last year, but it's good data to be reminded of. According to the National Institute of Justice, almost 44% of criminals released returned before the first year out of prison. In 2005, 68% of 405,000 released prisoners were arrested for a new crime within 3 years, and 77% were arrested within 5 years. I run recidivism checks on all program graduates for 5 years post-graduation, and I run them every October. So as of October 2023, our recidivism rate for program graduates, remember the national average is 77%, ours was 19.7%. So I love that number. It lets me know that we must be doing something right if that few people are recidivating after 5 years post-graduation. The majority of, outside of personnel, the majority of the money that is being spent at the Day Report Center is involved with SCRAM monitoring, which is secure, continuous remote alcohol monitoring. It's an ankle bracelet that folks can wear that detects alcohol really within minutes after consumption. Clinical supervision for therapists, our electronic health record software, the clearinghouse related to the software, and then a lot of the money in contracted services and supplies and materials is related to drug screening. Drug screening is very expensive. and the need for drug screening continues to grow. We're drug screening more and more people. So I've moved some of these monies around from last year to this year. There's some of the monies that I had dedicated in professional services last year. I now have are now contract related. So my professional services request has decreased. My contracted services price request has increased. My supplies and materials request has increased a bit due to projected volume. Drug screening materials, the teacups that we use, the gloves, the toilet hats, and then the sweat patches, in addition to miscellaneous office supplies. So my total request for DRC, aside from personnel, increased by $23,287.50. So there are some areas that I shaved to try to offset the increase. I reduced travel from 10 to 5 and training and education from 20 to 10. I'm finding that I didn't need that much. So I'm trying to shave money where I can, but I am requesting a bit of an increase in some of these other lines to accommodate the growth. The grants and revenues that come into the Day Report Center, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 8 grants that help to offset the cost of the Day Report Center. We have 2 from HIDA, 1 for adults and 1 for juveniles. Our Community Corrections Grant, our Justice Reinvestment Initiative Grant, our Adult Drug Court Grant, our Bureau of Justice Assistance COSAP Grant, Stop the School Violence Grant, and West Virginia COSAP. They total $1,618,236. A number of those grants are multiple year grants, but that's the yearly return. Our revenue streams that we've established from July 1st, 23 through December 31st, 2023, our Medicaid billing, we've brought back $226,250. Our ADC per diem, $50,000 and some change. Our DHHR drug screening, $170,574. Parole per diem, a little over $42,000. And then some of our local DHHR invoicing that we do for court-ordered drug screening, which is one-time drug screens, scram monitoring, and sweat patches. Totals $548,316 from July 1st to December 31st. So I suspect that number to increase from January 1st through June 30th a little bit. But if it didn't increase, we're talking $1,096,632. Couple that with the grant funding we get back, $2,727,440 coming back to help offset the cost to the county for the operation of the Day Report Center. I do not anticipate any changes to any grants and revenues for the next fiscal year, with the exception of a probable increase in some of the revenues, but that's difficult to project. My overall request, as I said, $23,287.50, higher than last year, which I think is pretty reasonable. Questions about any of that?
What is your calculation on Day Report Center and the savings to the jail costs? You have a figure for that?
I can tell you that. I should have had that ready. I could tell you that right now. It went from 48.25 to what?
Well, it's 48 something, that it just bumped up to 54 or something.
So do it like this. We've averaged 320 active participants for the last several months.
You're averaging
So
320 times that rate.
320 times what you said, 54?
Yeah.
Times 54 times 365. $6,307,200 is what it would cost if.
Of course, it was $48 for a while. But
I said 7 million on the radio.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
Well, the number's going to increase. So
That's just for the,
Tim, you mentioned that the juvenile rate was increasing faster than the adult rate. Is that coming from referrals out of the judicial center?
most of the referrals for the juvenile programs come from the schools.
Yeah, great. That's what I was hoping that's where they came from. Get them before they get to the judicial center.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the one of the primary missions of the juvenile program is to get an audience with these kids and make some interventions before things
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what I was hoping for. Now, the other thing is, I know at one time there was problems with transportation to get kids.
We drive them. Anyone referred to any of our programs, if they don't have transportation, we drive them.
There you go.
Gary meets the need. If I tell him, Gary, I got a transportation need, he meets it. That's important. There would be a lot of people in our program that would not show up if we didn't pick them up. The well-spent money. Yep. Yeah, the whole idea of
And you do that in county vehicles? Oh, yes, sir. No private use.
no. The whole idea of providing interventions to these young people, so many of them, like one of the things that I plan on highlighting in regard to some of the conversation around the West Virginia First Foundation money, if we're thinking about how this money can have its greatest impact 10, 20, 30 years from now, it's to do something regarding that. I mean, CPS and CASA and some of these programs that are trying their darndest to help these children who are in these pretty horrible environments. They're just so they rely on volunteers, and you know how programs like that go. I mean, there's good people who want to volunteer a little bit of time to try and help out some of these kids, but most people that are even willing to volunteer don't have near the amount of time needed to begin to scratch the surface of the issues. So, and DHHR and the CPS workers, there's very few of them compared to the number of people that are needed. Supervised visitation, there's such a great need. There's also, but if we want to make some generational change here, the children in our community who are suffering need more attention than they're getting. There wasn't a juvenile program in the county like Catalyst. So now that people are aware that it's there, they're sending kids left and right. The school social workers and counselors become aware of issues through their work in the school, and they don't have time to do individual therapy with these kids, for an hour a day. I mean, how many kids are in Spring Mills High? I don't even know. Over 1,000, right?
Oh, yeah. Probably 1,500, 1,600.
Yeah.
2,000.
Yeah, so they send the referrals to us. We get them seen pretty darn quickly. It's really good that it's there, and it's going to continue to grow.
Well, thank you, Tim. I mean, I know you've already got your nose to the grindstone, and numbers are important, especially for folks who have doubts about these programs. The numbers prove. But yet, at the same time, that you're improving people's lives, improving people's families' lives. So keep it up.
Thank you.
We're on pace right now to save several $100,000 on our deal costs this year compared to the last 2 years. So, and it's obviously attributed to the program. But before you left, though, I would like to ask you, I know it's still early in the game, but when we were in Charleston, we talked to Matt Harvey quite a bit. Just your perspective on the First Foundation at this point, and will all that money be geared totally for opioid addiction? Or, because there's been a lot of talk about alcohol detox and this and that. Or is it too early to get into any of that yet? But I mean, how do you feel about it so far, what you've gotten yourself into? Because I know you can have a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there are guidelines in place that were outlined in the MOU that the attorneys and Attorney General Morrissey created. So the money has to stay within those guidelines. And there's a lot of conversation that still needs to happen before.
They still got to get an executive director on board.
Yeah, that's really the biggest need is filling that position. It ended up getting delayed. There was a person who the position was offered to, and ultimately he decided it wasn't for him. He's a fellow from California.
I know one of the regions, I talked to one of the regions, and they've already had a regional, like we have 8 counties in ours, and they've already had a regional meeting with all the counties, and I don't, it seems like it might be a little early in the game to do that.
In my opinion, it is, and that's what I've shared.
That's what I thought too,
you know.
and I don't know what you can
there's some conversation that's being had about how these expert panels should be set up and how many people are involved. And in my view, the executive director really needs to have a lot of say so in regard to how that's established. You know, there could be one expert panel. It's outlined in the MOU that an expert panel needs to be created, but there's no guidelines in the MOU in regard to how that works. So I think the executive director, whoever that ends up being, should be able to have something to do with how that's created, not just the board. But there's different opinions. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I think there's going to be a little time here before real conversation about how the money begins to get distributed is going to take place.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Nope, it's not like that. Yeah.
But I know there's a whole lot of interest about it across the state. There's a lot of misinformation going on.
Yeah, there's part of me that wants to provide an update, but then there's part of me that what I don't have anything to share.
Right.
If it were up to me, this would be moving much more quickly. But it's not just up to me.
Yeah.
So
And it's gonna be-
hopefully, I'm on the committee involved with the executive director hiring process. So
That told us that.
Monday and Tuesday, we should be interviewing a couple folks, and then hopefully our committee will have a recommendation to make to the Attorney General, and he's indicated to us that he's okay with the two finalists, so we'll see what ends up happening there. But hopefully it's going to be much sooner than later now that we have an executive director in place, and things can really begin to happen.
Okay. Reach D, any other questions?
I do not.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're running a little bit behind, but we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll get a picture with our honorary council person. Here. All right, we're back in session. We're waiting on the sheriff too for a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and have the presentation of the Apple Harvest Festival for the budget presentation, if that's all right. I know Susan's not here, so you're going to fill in, and then if the sheriff shows up, we'll go ahead and go home with his procedure. So.
Sounds good. Before I get started, I'd like to thank all of you for your service to our county and community. So thank each of you for the efforts that you make. So we appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I am Christy Hadley. I represent the Board of Directors as the treasurer. With me is Shelley Shoppard. She is our secretary for the Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. We are a full board, volunteered, no paid positions within our organization. So just putting that out there that everyone that serves on our board does it because we appreciate what the Apple Harvest has brought to our community. The festival educates residents for the rich history within the agriculture industry that takes place here in Berkeley County and throughout the state of West Virginia. And we like to bring that to the forefront of all of the individuals within our community, but also to others that come into the community for the events that we host. This is our 45th year, so we are very excited about that. And we've got lots of great things planned, as we always do each year. This year, we're going to have additional events that will be taking place. We're in the process of planning those at this time, but we will also continue to have the parade. That's always a great family entertainment. We will also be hosting down at the Arts and at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. We use their facilities that we rent out, and we will be having the Arts and Crafts Festival again, as we do as well. So we have two contributors that is consistent along with the county office as well is BCT, the Bank of Charlestown, is a 3-year committed sponsorship that we have from them. And then, of course, the city of Martinsburg as well. So we are coming before you today requesting our budget of sponsorship that we're looking for is a grant of $5,000 from the county office. So again, what that would do is help us elevate the parade that we do have downtown town. It will also allow us the opportunity to bring in a significant individual for our Grand Marshal as well. It's our 45th year. It's a Sapphire year, so we're excited about those things as well. So again, we're asking for a contribution of $5,000 from the commission.
Any questions, HD, or?
Do you have any ideas yet? I know you probably wouldn't want to say who it would be, but have you kind of picked anything?
You got 4 guys up here that are. Yeah.
Okay, so, I cannot say at this time because we are still in the planning processes. We do have our board meeting this coming Tuesday, and we have some names that's out there. But again, we are looking at a great opportunity. So if you have some connections, please reach out to us. We would be happy to take those into consideration as well. But again, being our 45th year, we really want to elevate it this year as well.
Very good.
Christy, do you get assistance from CVB?
CVB, let's see, we get a small stipend from them as well. But Mark sits on our board of directors, so he's always willing, and we do advertise through them as well. We advertise, so a lot of the funds that we use is advertised throughout the state of West Virginia and then our surrounding counties as well. You're welcome.
You have a dollar amount on what they actually contribute?
I don't at the moment.
They are putting together a new grant program that should be in place in the next month or two that'll offer more money than they have in the past.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for sharing that information. We'll be definitely reaching out to them for a grant.
Anything else?
Any other questions?
Great event.
Yeah, we look forward to it, and it's always, most of the time, a beautiful day,
Yes.
you know, and well attended, and you all do a great job with that.
Thank you. Yes, it is. It definitely boosts the economy within during that 4-day span that we have the event, where the hotels are used for individuals out of the area staying, and it also all of our local restaurants see an increase in their revenue as well. So,
What is the date this year of the parade?
it is always the 3rd weekend in October. So it starts on Thursday night. We do the coronation, the Queen's reception happens on Friday, but we do the crowning on Friday night as well. So
The parade Saturday.
parade is Saturday. Yep. And then the Arts and Crafts Festival is Saturday and Sunday. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great day.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, Sheriff's not here yet, so Casa? Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for having me.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to pass around as I go around, so sorry to not get these in advance to you all, but I have a request in this year for $20,000 for CASA of the Eastern Panhandle. I know you all are familiar with our work. We are a team of 10 staff people. We have 75 community volunteers who come from all walks of life to give their time, energy, and their treasures. You can see our donor list when I pass my newsletter around, but they really give their heart to kids who've experienced abuse and neglect in our 3 counties and, of course, in Berkeley County. One of the things I wanted to show you is the data. And, it's really tragic. We have over 700 active abuse and neglect cases across our counties. And as you can see, I memorized it. Sorry, Gary. As you can see, 61% of all the cases we serve come from families in Berkeley County. So I realize that my request this year is higher than I've had in the past. And I kind of keep coming in here at least hoping that you'll match Jefferson County, which gives us 10. So really, I just feel that $5,000 as an annual kind of supplement to this good work from a county perspective is just not high enough. We are backing DHHR. Our judges are asking us every day to do more with less. We've been asked this year to supervise parent-child visits because there are no providers to do that work. So this is just one example of the extra work we do. If a child is removed because of abuse and neglect, it is taking them 5 months to schedule a parent-child visit. So we've reconfigured our office space, we've hired staff, we've written grants, we shake the trees every day to find the extra resources we need to do this extra work. The level of abuse and neglect has gotten worse and worse. Part of this is, you see in 2022, the numbers were not as high. And let me tell you, that's not because our county solved the abuse and neglect problem. The problem is that DHHR wasn't investigating and removing children. So situations got far worse, and the children are even more traumatized. Reunification numbers due to the opioid epidemic are very, very difficult. Improvement periods aren't long enough. And when families are, I want to say, pushed to reunify, recidivism is super high. These parents just don't have the skills, they haven't been in treatment long enough, and children are removed again. So one of the things we want to expand upon is doing more on reunification support 6 months post when children are put back either with their parents or their grandparents, because right now there is no support. One of the things in our budget and kind of what I want to show you, talk a little bit more about, is we're doing a lot of work with the 13 and over groups. We call this our Fostering Futures program. These are youth who are on track to age out of the foster care system without ever finding permanency. So they're 13 and over, very little life skills. We're trying to talk to them about their future training, even college. We have 2 college kids. We've been working with these kids for 4 years. We have 2 kids coming out of this program that are going to college. I mean, to say that's a miracle is really an understatement. But to put the support our staff gives, even our board members who invite them to their bank and teach them how to open bank accounts, we've had one young man that we have to teach how to shave. So these are kids who are getting lost in the system, and I just really want to emphasize how important it is to intervene early, to build some preventive factors, have these kids have one adult, which is a CASA, that gives them support through this very tumultuous period and sticks with them even after permanency. That's the #1 most preventive trauma factor you can have. It's like someone by your side. We also do education advocacy. This is a new program. We have a dedicated staff person that visits schools and lets people know with a youth's permission that they are in the child welfare system. And we rally extra supports in school. We pay for extracurriculars, again, another preventive factor for kind of recovering from trauma. And this is an exciting new program. So as you can see, we're only serving 50% of all the kids who need us. So expansion is key for us. We have done an amazing job in 5 years. We've grown from a $150,000 organization serving 100 kids to over $1 million organization that is serving over 400 and doing so much more than abuse and neglect cases with all this extra programming I described, as well as our judges have asked us to take JS and JD cases and work with those youth. 99% of those youth that we are now working with all should have been in the child welfare system or were. So basically, when we're not intervening early, we're not thinking about prevention, it is just this cyclical, multi-generational impact of the opioid epidemic. And you see these numbers, and you know these numbers are due to kind of what's happening on the ground here. So let me show you this for future reading. Take home to your wives, your neighbors. We're always recruiting volunteers. We need them more than ever. Last year was our 20th anniversary, so we have lots of good stuff. It's usually not this fancy, but because it was our 20th anniversary, it's looking better than usual. And what you can see here are just the highlights. So this really shows you how many number of kids we serve, that we're still only serving 54% of all who need them, and really what a challenge it is for us to recruit volunteers and the expense of kind of doing this outreach and recruiting. I think it's the most difficult thing of CASA's business model is we recruit maybe 25 volunteers out of a year, and then we lose a bunch. So it's kind of like putting our finger in a dam, but the volunteers we have are just so integral to our work, and they truly, truly change lives. So that's for this year. Now I have a surprise proposal, and this is very bold, and it's bold because it's an emergency situation on the ground with these kids. I put together a proposal to hopefully access some opioid funds. As mentioned, 99% of all of our kids come from opioid impacted families. No question, 99%. And if it's not the parents, it's the grandparents. If it's not the grandparents, it's the uncle that the kids now live with because the parents are missing in action. So it would be so tragic to me to think about the opioid money that is coming in through this through the lawsuits not directly go to the children. I mean, how could we not? We do so much to care for the parents and try to work on substance use disorders, which I commend. But let's think a little bit about the kids. Aren't they the most impacted ones? And when you think about prevention, if we could play a role that they could change their lives, they could recover from trauma, and they could not be in the same place that their kids are, that would really be an amazing thing. So that's what we want to work for. It's a $200,000 budget, $100,000 every year. I put a detailed budget on what I would do with that money, which is expanding our work with our Fostering Futures kids and these 13 and over youth. We have to redirect them. They need the support, they need the resources, and CASA truly makes a difference. Our kids do better in school, they stay in permanent placements longer, and they're more likely to have some sort of continuing education than kids we don't serve. So you want us to serve these people. In the end, it's better for the county. And then the second piece I want to expand on, and I'm trying to raise money for, is this support of post-reunification and giving these families 6 months of extra support with a volunteer, with a staff person that tries to help them with resources for their kids, and help them develop parenting skills. So like a parenting coach. These people haven't been parented well, they're not parenting well, and we need to provide them extra support so these kids can thrive. Do you all have any questions for me? I'd love to answer them.
Is it not? It's quite the cycle.
It is a cycle. And it can be stopped. I mean, there's resiliency factors, there's preventive measures that, research says makes a difference. And that is having one person at their side, some constant adult, no matter who that adult is, having school support, having extracurricular opportunities, those all make a difference of helping that child or youth recover from trauma and find a better path. And we're having a lot of success. It's not easy. Not every kid we work with, not everything is a success story, but many, many really heartwarming stories coming out of the work we do.
I would think, Michelle, that you have a lot of siblings parenting younger siblings.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
I would certainly think that's the case. And
In our Fostering Futures program, we ask the teen, because it's mostly a teen program, and they have to bring their younger siblings. So we've had to get another staff person to kind of do the babysitting of the younger siblings because they're parenting.
yeah, and you had mentioned JS and JD. What is that?
Oh, sorry, juvenile delinquency and like drug court children. So the juvenile justice system. So they're in trouble. They're in trouble in the community. They've been caught with drugs. They have no parents. They're couch hopping, and they get in the system, and our judges are asking us to work with them. So our education advocate is now doing mentoring support to 25 kids in this system. So that's not even core mission child welfare, right?
The majority of children work with young teens.
The majority we give this intensive work to are now 13 and over teens. We just feel that they need that support. Younger children are a little easier to place, so we tend to do more resources for the whole family, but kind of the direct one-on-one is in the 13 and over.
So we appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate your support, and
It's
And yet-
heartbreaking that we have to do this.
yeah, it really is heartbreaking.
And you have Tim Saya's contact information?
Yes, I do. So I have met with him. He's great, and I hope to stay in touch. I'm obviously going to stay on top of what's happening at the foundation, but I also don't want to miss the boat on things that are happening at the county level.
Right.
Because I don't know. I think our children deserve this support.
Where are you guys located at right now?
We're on Mid-Atlantic Parkway, right next to DHHR.
Okay.
And we're running out of space, so we also need space.
that was
I met
kinda
with Gary about that.
One of my questions there. I see that you said your budget went from 150,000 to over $1 million. How many years span was that? Just 1 year, 2 years?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. Yeah, and I saw in some of your proposal that you propose a family visitation room and some things like that. I was wondering if y'all had space for that or how you plan to do that.
Yeah, so we're doing this temporary. We use like kind of a break room to now do it, and they have to be recorded and videotaped. So we kind of had to makeshift that happen, but it's now a lot of wear and tear on our office. So every time I go through, I'm like, oh my God, picking up pacifiers, and it's just not set up. We shouldn't be doing this in an office. We should be doing this somewhere else.
I understand.
So that's a goal this year. We're going to make it happen.
Yes, you
So
do.
thank you all. I appreciate
you.
all your support, and always happy to talk to anyone and answer any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, Rachel, we're going to hold you off just a little bit, and the Honorable Sheriff Blair is here, and we're going to proceed with his presentation of the Deputy of the Year, as well as the retirement of Canine Braun. Brom. I'm sorry, Brom. Your choice.
I think if it pleases you all, we'll do the canine retirement first.
Sure.
Since he's kind of.
He wants to go back to work.
Go somewhere.
I was gonna say,
today.
We don't want him to get hungry in here.
Right.
He probably wants to start enjoying his retirement.
Today's a day of honor with the retirement of the canine, and we have two individuals here that actually handle this dog Captain Hackman, you can come on up. And Merson, Corporal Merson. He has the duties right now, and he's going to have the honor of bringing him in. And I think we're going to have a little ceremony here to honor that. And I think 911's going to participate in this. And I'm turn this over to Captain Hackman and let him say a few words.
All right. I'm gonna say, don't make any fast moves.
Just careful about Patty.
Yeah. Oh, he's got his toy.
Good.
He is. Hi, Brom.
I'll try to make it quick because I remember last time we had to clean carpet.
He's okay.
Don't worry about it.
First, thank you for allowing me to speak, Sheriff. Brom was originally named Bram. I knew that would cause complications when we did our demonstration, so I added the U to clean it up. Obviously, it was in check. He was born on October 28, 2014 in a Bides kennel in the town of Viskov in the Czech Republic. Nearly a year later, Brom had his doggy passport stamped for travel to the United States on October 8, 2015. Ultimately, I would meet Brom in Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, where I determined that his high energy and his social demeanor would play well on each other's strengths, making us hopefully an excellent K-9 team. On January 13, 2016, we loaded up for the first time together. We drove back to Berkeley County, a place that he would call home for the next 8 years. In July of that year, Brom and I finished a 4-month basic long K-9 school in Winchester, Virginia, where he earned the title K-9. So for 4 years, K-9 Brom and I served together, handling hundreds of calls, and handling hundreds of calls and performing countless community events. As with any K-9 team, we shared an incredible bond together. K-9 Brom is an incredible tracking dog and continuously displayed his loyalty and talents of both the patrol and the narcotics discipline. Ultimately, in January of 2020, Brom was transitioned to the care of Corporal Merson. Based upon a promotion, I was unable to continue to handle my partner. The department did give me the opportunity to either retire him to my care or to reassign him to another handler. I realized K-9 Brom's passion for working was not over, and I knew that Corporal Merson's talents as a handler would benefit the citizens of Berkeley County. I'm proud to have been on the other end of the leash with him for half of his career, and I wish him many years of relaxation and retirement. He certainly earned it for the 8 selfless years that he gave to the citizens here. So as the trainers say, the dog did good, but as far as I'm concerned, good boy Brom Brom.
What can you say after that? I mean, I have to thank Captain Heckman for everything. When I got that dog, I was like, wow. He did not want to be with me at all. It took a lot, but he was everything Captain Heckman made him, and we built on that, and I couldn't be happier. His energy still shows. It's going to be nice to have him part of the family now.
Mm-hmm. All right.
This is my lovely wife. She gets to deal with him too. So she's going to help me.
All right. Well, congratulations on your newfound friend.
Thanks.
So, something doesn't make sense here. I retired 2 years ago because of lack of energy and getting old. And if he's ready to retire, if I act like that, I would never have a retired.
Yeah. He's an anomaly.
I would just like to say something here. A lot of the public doesn't realize when you take on a canine, it's a lot of effort. It's a lot more than just being a road patrol officer. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I think you can see here there's some emotion attached to this, and it's just like part of your family. And this is an honorable moment, and we just want to make sure we honor this appropriately. And I appreciate not only these two, but we have other canine handlers, and it's a very special honor to do that. And they hold a very special place within our agency, and I'm just honored to be a part of that right now.
Now, he looks like he is high energy. Now, when he's home, does he ever?
No, he doesn't stop.
No?
It's that constantly, but we got plenty of land for him to
Good.
do what he has to do and doesn't interfere with anything.
Good. He still has plenty of energy, that's for sure. You say he was a good tracker, too?
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's his bread and butter, honestly.
Well,
I'd be sitting at home eating all the food, wearing me out.
well,
His life.
if he's like me, when I get ready to retire, that's probably what I'll do, sit around and eat food, so I'll calm down then, too.
You eat good.
He looks like it.
Yeah. He looks like I was going to say, he looks like he's pretty muscular. I don't think he has a lot of fluff in him. He has a whole lot, so.
Take care of him.
We would like to do one more thing,
Sure.
a last call through 911, if you would bear with us for just a minute.
After 8 years of service with the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office, Dana Braun has officially retired from service. Dana Braun joined the Sheriff's Department on January 13, 2016, and was initially handled by Captain P.D. Heckman. Dana Braun worked for 4 years with Captain Heckman before being assigned to Corporal C.S. Marston for the remainder of his time. Canine Braun has served as a dual-purpose canine team assisting numerous agencies in our tri-state area. Canine Braun was instrumental in countless convictions both on the federal and state level, and has assisted with hundreds of investigations either by evidence recovery, support location, or flight method. Canine Braun, you have finished your final shift on duty. We thank you for your 8 years of dedicated service. Thank you for training and your hard work to protect our county, community, and fellow officers. A special thank you to your handler, Corporal Marston, and for keeping him safe on each shift. We would like to recognize the exemplary efforts of his canine team. Canine Braun, you can now relax at home and enjoy many years of retirement. Berkeley Clear, 1131.
Very good.
Yeah. What a dog. My goodness. Yes, indeed. With us, or?
We'll stand back here.
We'll stand back, yeah.
Oh, we're behind you.
Yeah.
You want to do a picture right now? You want to do it right now? Okay, let's just go ahead and do this right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Braun. Oh, yeah. Come on up. Yeah, we're going to take a break for pictures, so. Okay. All righty, we're back in session, and right now the Honorable Sheriff Rob Blair is going to present the 2023 Deputy of the Year.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to, again, honor someone. Like I said, today is the day of honor, and I just want you gentlemen to know that I'm honored to be in this position to represent the people behind me. The brief time I've been here, I've learned that there's some wonderful people in this department, and I'm just honored to be here, and that's, there's some great people here. I'll leave it at that. But today we're here to honor the 2023 Deputy of the Year, Dennis Jenkins. Deputy Jenkins joined the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department as a pre-certified officer in October of 2021. From his start in patrol, it was clear that he was an excellent addition to our team. During 2023, Deputy Jenkins' performance defined exemplary. Primarily assigned to the criminal interdiction on our major highways and roadways, he gives his all to keeping our community safe. What's more, he enjoys his work. Deputy Jenkins has made several arrests resulting in significant drug seizures, removing dangerous drugs from our streets. The prosecuting attorney, Katie Wilkes Delegati, has commented on Deputy Jenkins throughout thorough and detailed work over the past year on many occasions. In addition to his main interdiction role, Deputy Jenkins always jumps in to help Patrol Division when their calls get heavy. Deputy Jenkins is proactive about education, always trying to better himself by seeking out training that will enhance his skill set. He is well regarded by his peers and myself. When the time came to discuss this honor, Deputy Jenkins was voted unanimously as a recipient of this award. The Berkeley County Sheriff's Department and I commend his hard work during the 2023 calendar year, and we look forward to seeing him surpass our expectations again in 2024. And with his newest assignment on our CID, Criminal Investigation Division, I am proud to present Deputy Dennis Jenkins to the Commission as the 2023 John Burkett III Deputy of the Year Award. Congratulations, Deputy Jenkins.
If you want. Oh, now you got to say something.
Nice to be here.
Okay. Yes, so am I. So, but my congratulations to you, as from all of us from up here, and greatly appreciate all your efforts for keeping Berkeley County safe. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for a long time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I didn't expect anything less of it.
I appreciate that, sir.
But to receive that, from your
peers.
colleagues, your peers, that's quite an honor.
Yeah.
And congratulations, and thank you. Thank every one of you.
Yes,
And
indeed.
thank your families for what you do for us. And trust me, we got you, have no doubt. We've got you back. So we will do everything we can to help you and make you successful and try to keep you safe.
And thank you for keeping us safe very much. Yep, we'll take another break, Penny.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back in session, and the sheriff is still before us for the, is it the contingency
Yes.
position?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All yours.
Okay. Per our discussions regarding our out-of-state tag program, we're working with the assessor's office. This Monday, we kind of kicked that off and got it started. And we're just requesting that the contingency position be moved to the 700 law enforcement budget for our use, specifically for that program. I can see that program will have a high success in the future, and will pay off for these out-of-state tags.
It will definitely take care of a lot of questions that we get as council or commissioners about what we're trying to do to curtail the out-of-state tag issues that we do have. So, we all try to pay our fair share, and this really helps. So.
Yes, sir.
And it's not pointed at any one person individual, but it's just to try to make, I don't want to call it a wrong or right, but just try to make things all even. So.
Yes, sir.
And there's no excuse for people not doing it now because they're going to get credit for the money that they paid to the county.
Exactly.
And obviously, when we receive funds like that, the school board gets 78% of it, we get 21%. And we have requested that the school board try to use that funding for school resource officers.
Yes.
That they need money for.
And we're also
That's where it's going to go. So
Yes.
it couldn't. I've only been in office over a year, but one of my pet peeves was this out-of-state tag thing. I can't thank you enough for pursuing this and trying to get people to just pay their fair share.
And thank you all for actually working with this and getting this program going. I think it's going to be a very successful program.
Couldn't agree more.
Any other comments from?
Well, we have the cooperation, and that's what was important, to be able to get the assessor office on board, the commission and the sheriff's office all at the same time at the table and get this resolved.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And we will. Yep, we do. Oh, yeah, we do need a motion to. Motion to request for the deputy's position and contingency.
I would be pleased to make that motion that we do that.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. All done.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure when it comes to the finances, Gary has all that covered.
This is the safest I've ever felt in this chair since I've been here. Except when the dog came in, I started to get.
I want to say something about Mr. Wine. He has been such a help in our transition into this period. He's went overboard to help me, and I truly appreciate that.
We're very fortunate to have him in our staff and our whole office. Penny
Appreciate all
and
of it.
Tracy and Julie.
And she's wonderful.
Yeah, so we're very lucky.
Yeah, you are.
They earn every penny that they get. That's for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All righty. Well, Rachel, you have been so quiet back there. Come up here and you can holler at us now if you want to.
That's a tough act to follow.
I know. I told Penny I did not want to be in here because I'm going to start crying.
I'm trying to.
So I gotta get myself situated. I have an updated project list. I know I submitted one back in December, but
Yeah.
it's more recent.
And I know how to clear a room, don't I? Sorry.
So I'm Rachel Snavely. I'm the director of the Eastern Panhandle Regional Planning and Development Council. You'll see in the packet what our annual assessments are. They're standing right now at 72 cents per person. They haven't changed from last year, and they're updated for the 2020 census figures. MPO, Matt couldn't be here, but they did vote to increase his assessment to continue matching his federal, his FTA federal dollars. So that went from 12 cents to 22 cents. If there's specific questions on that, I'm sorry, you will have to contact Matt directly. I don't want to speak for his board. I did provide you with an updated project list. So we're standing right now at approximately 50 active projects. We have 5 or 6 that we're waiting to hear back for award, but we have about another 20 that are in research that we're intending to apply for. 10 of the 50 projects are Berkeley County projects. The total number of funds that we're managing right now is over 200 million. About 130 million of that is funds directly going to Berkeley County, mostly for water and sewer infrastructure. I know there's a lot of big tags with the river plant and the Bunker Hill plant. So I know there was some state funding involved in those 2 plants, but we had to still apply through IGDC and the WDA to get that funding, and we're managing the project financially for the water district.
I think the water district had was it the pre-bid or was it the bid award yesterday? It was for the river plant.
Yeah, I have river plant project out to bid. It might have been yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all on track. And the sewer treatment plant in the woods is also under design currently, so we did get some funding for that one as well. There's been a huge influx of interest in tourism and outdoor recreation grants through all our communities. We're working closely with Parks and Recreation. We did just help them get the AmeriCorps staff person to work with Parks and Recreation in Berkeley County. We do have a nonprofit project manager that came on board last year. He's paid for 100% through foundation funds, and he works with youth, K through 12 education, and workforce development. The projects he's working for, the nonprofit, that he's working for in Berkeley County include the Apollo Civic Theater, School of Rock. He's working with the Boys and Girls Club. He's working with Meals on Wheels, and working with James Rumsey Technical Institute. On the significant accomplishment section of the budget, I had noted that we were applying for an air cargo study for the airport and an industrial market analysis for James Rumsey Technical Institute. That funding did come through, and we've scheduled the kickoff meetings for both of those projects to take place later this month, hopefully. We are still a very small office. I have 2 project managers. One is funded through ARC and EDA funds, and that funding runs out in 2026. So we'll have to look for funding sources to keep her on board. Otherwise, we will lose the one of 2 project managers that I have. And then this foundation funding is set for 5 years, and if it continues to go well, then there's a possibility it'll still be funded, but that's unclear. And then we've had an open position since August, our environmental program coordinator who does the stormwater and green infrastructure projects. We had someone resign, and that position's been open since August, and it's very difficult to find someone qualified in that sort of niche special area. So we're looking. So right now, we don't have admin assistants, we don't have finance coordinators, we don't have someone special that does our payroll, anything like that. My assistant director is also human resources. She's also in-office IT. She's also our payroll coordinator. She does very, very much. So we're just continuing to ask for our regular annual funding, and we anticipate all of the Berkeley County projects to continue for at least the next 3 to 5 years, the ones that are on the list currently. That doesn't include anything, obviously, that comes up in the meantime, which we will make time and make room for. So does anyone have any questions about any of the projects or staff or?
I don't know.
Steve?
I'm good. Y'all do a great job, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know you're the clearinghouse for all these projects. It's just good to see.
Well, actually, I do have one question. I'm sorry. The School of Rock, what are you working on for those guys?
So we're trying to get them some financial and operational management training. He's also getting a mural, working with the city, trying to get a mural for the outside that advertises that there's School of Rock there. And we're also looking for money to do some renovations in the building. They're also always looking for funding to continue giving out the scholarships that they give out. So we're looking at that as well.
I was just curious because they were in here the other day asking for some funds, and a few of the
Yeah.
gentlemen weren't here.
Yeah.
Me and Jim were here, but I was just
It was a
curious
very
what ways you guys have been helping them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, and the foundation funding that we look for, it's, they're $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 grants, usually for one-time projects, not necessarily for ongoing operational costs, so.
They did a real good presentation and what they try to give back to the community and relationships that they're building with that at-risk youth that's there, or young adults, really. So.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We're getting started. I mentioned the industrial market analysis with James Rumsey. So I think that's going to lead to a lot of larger opportunities to expand upon some offerings at Rumsey and in the community. So.
Okay. All right, Rachel, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like I said, we're working on them all. So. All right.
Thank you for being patient.
Of course. No,
Nice of you to do that.
Yeah. We're glad you got to witness it,
They
too.
might have sicked the dog on you.
Or sick the dog on us.
Yeah, or sick it on us, yeah.
Everyone's back there like crying.
Yeah, I get misty myself. Sorry. All righty, well, we're ready for a break, aren't we?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary, you're right. I didn't read far enough.
He's going to recess today, partner.
Yeah, we're not going to recess.
Penny, you can.
Mr. Wine, what do you have? Payroll period adjustment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just kind of a housekeeping issue, if you will. Right now, our current payroll, and this is not including law enforcement, this is everyone with law enforcement, which we need to have a little bit of dialogue with the sheriff and maybe make a change there. But right now, if you don't know, our payroll period starts at midnight on, like I said, Friday morning or Saturday morning at midnight. It ends Friday night at 11:59. That didn't used to be a budget number, a number we looked at for budgetary reasons, but it has evolved to that, particularly with those shifts that cross that period. And since it's at midnight, we don't have shift change, right? So it's become a negative impact on our budget. And what we're asking, what I'm asking, if the commission has no argument, is to merely move it to 6 a.m. Saturday morning. So it'll start at 6 a.m. Saturday morning, and it'll end at 5:59 Saturday morning. Those are typically our shift changes, and it helps out. We've done some preliminary numbers, and I can tell you that it's close to about a $50,000 number to make that change. It could positively impact our budget simply by moving the shift
time.
It's not moving the shift, moving the pay week starting. So if the commission so chooses, I would appreciate it, the budget would appreciate it if we change the pay period to 6 a.m. Saturday morning, ending at
5:59.
Gary, back maybe last year when we approved a hourly schedule, a difference for like 911 in particular.
Shift differentials?
Well, not only that, but their work week, I'm sorry. Is that where we got that overlap?
You did.
Okay.
It exists there. It exists in any shifts that work obviously past midnight. So your professional firefighters that work 24-hour shifts, your 911 operators who work, it doesn't matter what their hour shift is, but being that they overlap in that work week, what happens is when we're ending at that period in the morning and they work over to 6 a.m., well, all of a sudden we've created an instance where it's not necessarily as easy on the budget as it could be.
Yep. All righty.
It's just, if you agree, it's just a matter of giving the county clerk's office and finance, this is how we calculate pay.
Just a recalculation
Yes, sir.
of time-wise.
They just change when it starts and stops.
Yep. Any other questions? Can I have a motion to approve the payroll period adjustment time? Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. All righty. Possible executive session or no?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. Got a motion to go in executive session.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We are in executive session for personnel. Okay, we're back in session. No action to be taken in executive session. We will recess until 2. All right. Motion to go into recess till 2?
I'll
Or
make
we
a
don't have
motion.
to, do we? Okay, we're in recess till 2. Alrighty, we're back in session. We'll start off the 2 o'clock session for the Board of Review and Equalization. Anything to report on session number 3, Mr. Hess?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
We do have some changes. John has some changes he has to make, present to you for some changes he made. For residential, we don't have anything. We got several working right now that we're working on, like with Mr. Folk. He just left my office when he came over. I didn't know he was coming over here, but we're going to look at that, go over that again and see where we are with that. But he may want to appeal. I don't know. But
He talked like he might. He wasn't sure yet. Depends on what y'all got done talking about.
yeah, we're gonna look at that.
Okay.
One, so.
Thank you.
Other than that, we got some changes that John made, and we got some in the works. But other than that, we don't have anything else right now. So.
I ran out of time last Tuesday, so I'll try to get over there before.
Oh, what? Yeah.
I just got 2 pieces of property I want you to look at. Somebody called me about, and they just,
Sure.
they're vacant. They're pretty much wasteland, but according to her. But I'll check them out.
Sure, we'll check it out.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Podium is yours, John.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
This parcel, 02146, it's Kitsy's Restaurant, Spring Mills, down behind the Sheets. They had a mobile home in behind that they had rented out for years. She called, evidently ambulance authority sent her a bill, and she said, I don't have a living unit there. And then she called me because she said it was taken off before July 1st, which I wasn't there. That time frame I was there in April, I wasn't there in July. I confirmed with another appraiser. He said, yeah, it was going by then. So it seemed only right to take it off her books for that one. So the current assessment on the property, land value is $169,680. Building value is $156,180 for a combined assessment of $325,860. And after taking off the trailer and the deck and skirting and whatnot that we had on the parcel, it's now land value is unchanged. It's $169,680. The building value will then go to $149,880 for a combined assessment, total assessment of $319,560.
And what was it before? The 2?
$325,860 total.
Okay.
How much land is with that, y'all?
2.5 acres,
Yeah,
2.5 acres.
pretty good size.
It's got that flea market in behind it.
Right.
House out front to you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir, that's the
That's
only
it?
one today.
All right. You want to do a motion on that, or do we wait until
You typically make a motion on changes.
we do? Okay, we'll do them as individual. I think that's what we usually do, isn't it?
Change
And present.
percentages, yes.
Okay, motion to change the appraisal for parcel
02146.
02146 from 325,860 to 319,560.
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have
Second.
a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Anything else, Larry? Nope. All righty. We'll be here. Get ready. Mr. Lang. I'm good. How are you?
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Before I get started, I'd like to say something. We appreciate all your help and support last week with the loss of Ernie. That hit hard. That one hurt. I just want to thank everybody for the calls and messages, and we appreciate it. We highly do.
Does anybody need anything, or we?
She told me she don't know what she needs yet. So
Okay. Well, let her know there's a lot of people around here that can help her.
we're trying to. Yes. All right, but seriously, it meant the world to us. It really did. Let's start out with 813, I'm sorry. We do $2,000 every year for roadside. That just covers their coats, pants, gloves, or whatever else they need for that. Pretty simple and straightforward.
They had a crew right there out in West the other day. And they had a state road truck there with them, so then you coordinate all that with the state road?
No, Joe and them, Joe from State Road and Alan Hart coordinate all that. Yes, sir.
But it's with your crew then?
I assume the governor was coming or somebody, because they cleaned that road up.
That's right.
Was the state there to pick up?
State was there to pick up.
Oh,
and
okay.
then, I assumed it was our community
Yeah,
service.
it
that
was-
picking
it was,
up the
uh,
trash, but
it
the
was
state
joint
there
effort.
Picking up the bags in a pickup truck.
Okay,
But it was a state road pickup.
very good. All righty, next.
416. I'm actually asking for about 14,000 less than we did last year, due to purchasing the new weapons is what we did last year. My one light item for uniforms is we agreed last year that we would take steps of getting new vests so they don't all expire, at about 30 at one time. So that's why that one's elevated.
Okay.
But besides that, business as usual.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that one. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
So you'll be back in December?
I did request one for the new family court judge. We're getting a new magistrate to a total of 7, getting a half of a circuit that's going to float between here and Morgan, and a full family will give us 3 full-time family judges.
Okay.
So the end's getting full, gentlemen.
Now, it's floating between here and Morgan. So Morgan's gonna have that same as us then? As an addition, or is that? I mean, I'm not trying to do Morgan's business, but, okay.
So you'll have 5 full-time circuit builders with.
The floater.
Potential new working.
Okay.
You have enough room to house the addition of the expansion.
5, okay. All right.
But yeah, Jefferson becomes its own circuit, so they went down to Berkeley and Morgan.
Okay. Any other questions for Mike or anybody? Good. All righty, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And we do really, last week, it hit the judicial center hard last week. And I tell folks, one of the hardest things I had to do was tell a 30-grown man at 8:25 that they just lost their co-worker and buddy at 8:30. Let's open doors, get to work.
Well, at the same time, I got a text message that there was a domestic in the south end of the county, and I'm thinking, when they both came in, I was that, and when I saw the names, I said, no way. And then it was separated, so it was no
But we think.
Judge Redding told me the other day, Mike, that the new comfort dogs are going to name it
Yes, sir.
after Ernest.
Yes, sir. I guess all that's in place. And
Yeah, it's
just a matter of waiting.
We've got the funding to pursue it. So.
It's funny about that funding. We went up to Ernie's house Friday night, spent a couple hours, took him to dinner. And as I'm backing out Ernie's driveway, my phone dings that the foundation is buying this comfort dog. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Martinsburg, Berkeley County Parks and Rec, come on up. You're the man of the hour.
You got some questionable company there today with you. You got watch out.
That's my support team. I appreciate it. Teresa's been so much help to me trying to figure things out these first few weeks, so I appreciate it. So obviously I'm a little new to this procedure, but I have in front of me some brief notes on some of the improvements that we've done in the last year, then I'll go over our budget request, if that's okay.
Sure.
So out at Rooney Park, some major improvements have been done. Those baseball fields have been resurfaced, drain put in, fencing improved, trails have been improved, new signage put up, and a brand new playground. We've also brought power and water out to the dugout where they needed it, and it's looking great out there. Spring Mills Park is under construction now. It's down to subgrade for the pavilion pads, for the stormwater pond, for the parking area. We're getting a break in the weather right now. We're hoping to see some more improvements there, and I'm actually going to meet the contractor out there next week to see where we are with that one. Warehouse Farm Park had a lot of improvements. We've got the nature-based playground that everybody's familiar with. Also have rebuilt that dock, put new decking and railing on it. The silo has a fresh coat of paint. There's new hardwood floor in the barn. And we're currently taking a look at that brick house to make a possible prep area for the bride and groom's parties. There's already been some electrical improvements, and we're looking at what other changes will need to be made during this year to get that ready to be one more source of rental revenue and meet the needs of the people that are interested in that barn. P.O. Faulkner's got some much needed paving done, and we've got fob readers down at Randy Smith Center to improve the access and security down there. Also, the paving was done to the access road at DuPont, and that's something I'll mention for plans this year is to continue that work. So I believe there's just some minor changes in our request from last year compared to this year. But what we would like to ask for is a continuation of 50% of the hotel motel tax that we've estimated at $350,000. And we're asking for an allocation of $190,000, which is an increase from last year. And our board came up with that number based on the growing population, and they came up with a number of $1.50 per resident to come up with that number of $190,000 for the allocation. In addition to that, we are asking for some help with capital improvements. Almost $78,000 towards DuPont to continue that paving. What's been done so far is the access road in, about 1,100 feet of access road. This would allow us to pave the fingers into the parking areas, which would be the next phase. And then we would put 2 foot of gravel on either side of that paving, protect the edges, and have a good transition from the paved areas.
There was a discussion, I don't know if where the tennis courts are on the school side, that there was maybe wanted to join the 2 pieces of property, but I don't think it could be done because that right of way doesn't go all the way through. It stops there. Was that ever, anybody ever say anything to you about that?
When I was
yet?
with the school board, we actually discussed that a little bit when this paving project was going. Our concern was kids were cutting through there, and it was just really an unsafe area for them to pull out. They're making a left turn out there, and it just wasn't safe or suitable for that. So we felt really comfortable at the time making it clear that you could not cut through there.
Yeah.
And at the same point, it would be very easy at some point in the future if that intersection does change and it becomes safe, and at one point if it could allow through traffic, it would be very easy for the school board to connect to that paving.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it was a good match yet to open that up. I mean, you never know how much you need a park until you get grandkids. And so I spent a good bit of time down there with my grandson and granddaughter watching and rooting for soccer games. So, but yeah, it really made an improvement down there for that paving.
It sure did.
Yeah,
it sure did.
That paving is a 60-foot right of way that the county owns, and it's not actually part of the 60-foot right of way.
Yeah.
Actually, the tennis courts the high school put in are on county property. That property was relinquished to the county to build the tennis courts.
Okay.
It didn't have the room.
Right.
Even part of the football field was
moved over
on the county property. So it does tie down there.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to connect it, it would be easy to connect.
Okay. I can see it at a later date if there's
about getting a stoplight
signage.
at some point.
Improve that intersection.
Section.
If they get a stoplight on that DuPont Road intersection with Lebanon, it might be simple.
Yeah.
But the problem is, before they closed it, the students were coming through there anyway.
Oh, really?
When it was a gravel road and
Yeah.
potholes, and then they were just going through the whole park.
Yeah, it was an awful mess, mud holes, and
So the best thing ever happened is they closed it.
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So we'll continue that paving project and do the necessary grading and add culverts in there, which would bring us to a grand total of just under $630,000.
Okay. What was our amount for hotel motel tax last year? Was it 350?
Well, yeah, but
I mean, it's
Way more than that.
yeah, that's what we budgeted. I'm asking. Yeah. Okay.
So we budgeted, but they automatically get that, and it's a lot more than that, right?
we just divided.
Right. Okay.
To clarify, they don't automatically get, the CBB automatically gets their 50%. The park board is the discretionary part of the hotel motel tax that the county and city have both always given the park system that 50%
yeah.
since its existence 40 years ago.
Okay.
That's the discretionary part.
So they're not asking for the full amount, they're only asking for 350?
No, they're just projecting it at 350. They're asking for it.
Yeah, we're asking for 50%. We just estimated that at 350.
So if it goes over,
Well, I'm just questioning how you're estimating at 350 when you know how much came in this year and we're building new hotels. I imagine
for,
it's
for
going to stay
budgeting
around
for
where it
budgeting
is.
purposes.
I understand that, but they're asking for a lot more money on top of that.
Yeah.
And what's on top of that is more than what we're sitting here looking at.
Right.
And that's where my question's coming in. You know, we have budgets to meet here too. And if they know they're pretty positive they have more than that coming in, I'm just questioning why they're asking for so much more from us.
Teresa, I didn't bring the number with me. That was year to date. You recall, it was 317? The year to date, we're at 317. That is actually, that's the true 50% number.
Year to date right now, but it goes to July 1st.
Right.
So you're coming in at a rate of approximately 50-some thousand a month, I believe, from our part, right?
I mean, we literally distribute half. It's trending right now to probably be somewhere between 800 and 850.
Right.
To be split.
That's to Mr. Boone's point.
Yes.
And that's-
Yeah.
It's more than that.
Yeah. Okay. All righty.
So you've got some action going on the Spring Mills Park?
Absolutely.
Good.
Who's the contractor?
Rick Pugh is doing the work. Rick Pugh.
Oh, Pugh.
Yeah, I tell you, he does nice work. I know he moved the spoils pile down there, did an excellent job. And I know that he did some of the site work out at Poorhouse for the zip line and all that stuff. Yeah, he does good work, reasonable.
Yeah, he moved that spoils pile at DuPont, and I mean that created a usable area that's 2.5 acres.
Really nice.
Plus, it looks very nice now compared to what it did.
Yeah. Now, that pavilion, that's one that's being donated by Macy's.
The materials are, the construction of it was actually in Pugh's contract, but the material package was for one pavilion is to be donated by Macy's.
Okay. When you get close to that, make sure, because Macy's wants to be invited to
absolutely.
Celebration.
Yeah. So we want to make sure they're involved because we're going to be able to get 3 from them.
Sure.
So we want to make them happy.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry I haven't had the opportunity to meet you yet, but we will. I'll run you down somewhere someday.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you see the big GMC coming, he'll run you down.
All right. Any other questions for me?
Any other?
I just wanted to compliment the park board. The nature play thing out at Courthouse was a perfect fit for that park, and it's fabulous. And I know it's getting slammed with usage and the improvements that were more recently with the new playground down by the creek area and the new basketball court is fabulous. So there's been some really nice improvements made here within the last year. They are going to get extremely well used. So it thrills me to see that happen.
That basketball court was packed last weekend.
But
Was there on
you can
Sunday?
put a
It was
basketball court
packed.
anywhere in Berkeley County and they'll find it. You know? But there, it's going to be slammed all the time.
Yeah.
Just for the location.
I do have a question with the cost on. We get complaints, okay? So, and I know you're new, and so I'm sure you've heard, but with like the complaints we get about the cost of like the basketball leagues and the amount of games played and those sort of things, are you guys looking to address that at all to maybe bring the price down, or is that what it costs you to actually operate that? Like, have you had a chance to look at that since you've come on board?
Not so much Basketball, we just took another look at hockey because hockey's more expensive because of the uniform that was involved. And we actually did decrease the cost on that a little bit. They had estimated a little bit high. We came up with an alternative. We got a reversible jersey to save a little bit on jerseys. So for kids, if they're coming back their second year, they've already paid for that jersey. We were able to get that price down a little bit. So it is something we're talking about. Those league fees are pretty tight, honestly, at $75. And includes the shirt for the uniform, and we've got officials to pay.
I know a lot of prices have gone up on everything, right. You know, and there's going to be people out there that complain about everything, but
yeah, certainly. And if you look at it over time, it's definitely going up. But if you look at how many years ago it was $55 or $65, and you look at how money was, what a dollar was worth at the time, it's still a good deal.
Yeah. Imagine refs cost you money too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The pool repairs at Lambert, the city's picking up that total cost, correct? And hopefully they'll get that resolved so that they can open this summer. I know there was a lot of pressure on the park system, and hopefully that'll happen. But I know they're into some pretty extensive repairs right now.
Well, certainly
I was there yesterday. So.
We are in our
Hopefully
proposal.
that works out well.
In our proposal to the city, we are going to put a good bit of money from our operating funds into the bathhouse to make some improvements on that, so that when the pool reopens, it'll be presentable and ready to go.
Sounds good. I seen they've been out there working on it. That's for sure. So
Dirt pile grows every day.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else? Good. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joe.
Teresa, get him to.
Coming from a man who takes care, yeah. All righty, well, no applications, and we'll just go on break here until Randy gets here. All righty, we're back in session, and we're here with Randy Lilly for Emergency Service Manager budget presentation. Come on up.
All right, I will run down through our operation budget first. On our travel expenses, we had asked for 2,000, the same as last year. Currently, I think we're 37.6% expended. Now, there are some things that are not reflected into the munis yet because they have not been billed yet. So that's why that one's at 37% currently. Our equipment, maintenance repair equipment last year was 16,000. We've asked for 18,000. We've asked for a $2,000 increase due to we have replaced all the turnout gear for the firefighters, so that's done. But there are some maintenance costs, repairs that are coming about on some of this firefighter turnout gear when it gets torn or needs some type of repairs. So that's part of the reason to ask for an increase of $2,000 in that budget, and also just the increase of costs of everything that continues to go up. And we're at 70% currently in that budget. In the past, we hadn't asked for anything in the advertising or publication. I am asking for $500 in that line item for advertising and publications. We did have some expenses this year. We moved some money out of another budget to cover that expense of $118, and that was the RFP, I believe, for the drone, is where that expense was, advertising for that. Training and education, it was $5,000 last year. I'm asking for $7,000 this year, just due to more training requirements for our firefighter personnel that have come about due to being a recognized fire department and not a fire prevention unit. There are state mandated requirements for training that we have to adhere to, and there's costs associated with that. So that continues to increase. Supplies and materials. We were at $7,500 for the year. I'm asking for $9,000 this year. We're currently at 52% in that line item, and part of that reason is Chief Roberts wants to kick off a smoke detector campaign within the community, and money in that budget would be utilized to purchase smoke detectors. House on wheel materials and have increased in costs. So that's the two justifications for asking for more for that. Uniforms, $9,500 last year, still asking for $9,500 this year. Thought there was, I missed one. Dues and subscriptions. Last year we had asked for $1,100. I'm actually asking for $700 in that line item this year, just due to we're not going to expend all of that, I don't believe. So actually lowering that one a little bit. Capital outlay. Last year we were awarded $56,500. We're at 83%, and there's a big ticket item that's not reflected in munis yet, and that is the last purchase for the firefighter turnout gear that has not been billed yet. We haven't received all that yet, so that hasn't come in. This year we're asking for $52,000, a little bit less in our capital outlay. And some of the items that we're asking for in capital outlay. So in the past, you're aware that we replaced, or we got 2 sets of turnout gear for all the firefighters. That's done. We've revamped and went through all of our hazmat equipment. We've got some grant funding and replaced some of that stuff, and the commission also replaced some suits and some things. And for hazmat, we're setting pretty good. And now we're concentrating on Swiftwater. Last year, we got some PFDs and some other Swiftwater gear. Took a bite out of it. So we're asking for another 6 Swiftwater PFDs, 6 Swiftwater dry suits, 6 wet suits, the gloves, 6 helmets, 6 pairs of gloves, 12 helmets, and 12 pair of boots. Those will all complement what we've added to last year. And there is a flashlight and a strobe that we're asking for 6 of those that goes on the vest of the swiftwater technician when they're in the water. So there's a strobe light and a flashlight that makes them visible after dark. Then some carabiners, 35 carabiners. They're about $40 a piece, but 35 carabiners. So last year, if you recall, we replaced all our swiftwater rescue rope because it had met end of life. These carabiners would be to complement that rescue rope. A swiftwater rescue rope and pulley system, and I'll let Chief Roberts comment on that a little bit, what that's going to do, what we're.
It will allow us to be able to put a rescuer on a rope with a pulley system. It's all in one. Basically, we can also set a high line and run rope across to another section, and we will have a pulley system all in one. Instead of having a pulley for this, a pulley for that, and so forth, it's a system all in one of itself to complement our hardware that, as well as I know, you go to the river, you always end up losing a carabiner here and along the way, and that's the reason why we need to get our carabiners back up, because we always need carabiners when you're doing some type of rigging and so forth in a swiftwater incident or a non-swiftwater incident. We can also use it if we have to do a high angle rescue or a low angle rescue. We also have that complement of the carabiners because they're always in the setup.
So is this system pre-rigged?
Yes, it's all in one pack, and plus we use our rope, but it's a pulley system all of it itself.
So it actually will simplify the operation as well.
Make it quicker.
Yes, sir. Make it a lot quicker.
And back to, as you mentioned on the carabiners, I do believe that there is a recommendation those carabiners have end of life from stress and what have you. So
yes, but again, with classes we've been putting on, and we have other departments involved with us, things get lost in the river, and when they let loose, trying to get them back, you may see them, you may not see them, and so when we started this team up, that's the carabiners that we've been running with, so we've not replaced them. The carabiners, 12 years?
Yes, about right.
So I think we've been very good stewards of our equipment, but it's time that we got to replace some stuff. So in order for us to be efficient, we need to be efficient.
And I apologize, I guess it should have been a little more descriptive on some of the other things, like the PFDs are $300 a piece, so that comes to $1,800 for the 6. Dry suits are about $1,000 a piece, so 6 of them is about $6,000. Swiftwater wet suits are about $400 a piece, so that's about $2,400 for 6. The gloves are $75 a pair, so that's $450 for 6 pairs. Helmets are $100 a piece. There, 12 of them, it would be around $1,200. Swiftwater boots are about $100 a pair. 12 of them would be about $1,200. So that's where those dollar amounts come in for that.
So if you guys remember, we took a bite out last year, and so this is the next bite to get us to where we need to. Our boots, they're starting to dry rot, so we need to get them replaced. We'll be running around in sneaks or work boots or what have you in the water. So those they're over 12 years old. I mean, they've done their lifetime for what we needed them. So
the pulley system's about $5,000. It's a little pricey, but it's nice that it's all in one. Makes it deployment quicker and possibly safer in that aspect.
you can understand, you've been out there on the river with us. We've been sitting there trying to get a rigging system hooked up to the rear of the boat and so forth to do maneuvers that we need to do if we need to lower a raft or we need to lower a rescue swimmer down or something like that. We're sitting there trying to hook hardware and everything. This is all together and to complement us to get it out, hook it up, and let's go.
So we had 3 items on our wish list for capital that were outside Swiftwater Rescue. One of them, we recently had a training class for hazmat, for the hazmat IQ. And I think Commissioner Gokenauer is very familiar with that hazmat IQ, very good class. But during this class, we discovered that we were a little deficient in a radiation metering department on our hazmat. That was the only thing we were kind of lacking. So $5,000 of the capital that is our wish list is for a radiation meter. In the event that we would need it. Hope we never need anything like that, but if we need it, we would have that. Another thing was a lithium-ion battery containment system. We're seeing electric cars more and more. They present a lot of hazards for the firefighters. It's about a $3,000 system, but it's a containment system where we can put a lithium-ion battery inside of it, and it will control it in the event of a thermal meltdown. It also comes with a plug. So with an electric vehicle, there's dangers with the vehicle starting up or moving because of being electrical. It's still connected to the battery. It could be burning. There is a plug that they make that you snap into the recharge plug of this electric vehicle, and it disables it, it stops it, it makes it not movable. So in the event we was extricating a patient or we had a fire, there is a possibility that electric vehicles, and this has been documented, they're seeing this more and more, there is a need for at least this plug to be able to plug this thing into an electric vehicle in a rescue operation to disable this vehicle. That's one of the items there.
So just to give a little more briefing than this, Berkeley County Fire Department is actually leading the way across the state of West Virginia again in ion battery emergencies. West Virginia State DEP has no idea what to do right now. The federal EPA, we've been in contact with them. They say that they fight every time they get together to even talk about this. This system will allow us, these hoverboards, computers, to go to a residential house fire. It's involving, which we had, the hoverboard, battery overheat, and so forth. And these things are crazy. It fills the house. It looks like this house is completely on fire. It's only this lithium-ion battery in these hoverboards, computers, battery charging sticks now have ion batteries in them. We can recover that, and when it's in a runaway, we can place it in this 5-gallon bucket to a 25-gallon drum to a 55-gallon drum, and it comes with glass beads. Put the battery in, we pour the glass beads over top, and if this thing continues to go in a runaway, it will melt that glass case, that battery. The 5-gallon, the 25, and the 55 are vented, so they can off gas and so forth. We are in talks right now with Solid Waste Authority. They do take ion batteries right now. So we're trying to build, and along with Battery Mart, which we're getting ready to go have a meeting with them about if we have this, because if we take it, we become responsible for it. How do we get rid of it? Or how do we tell the homeowner that they need to get rid of it? So we're putting a presentation together. Jeremy leading the way with this. We're going to put a presentation together, and it's probably going to take off across the state. But Berkeley County, again, is out front of the problem that is here, and everybody has a solution to it that we are working through to make so we don't have a problem. We know what we need to do if we do run into this situation. We have it under control here in Berkeley County. That's what we're working to do. So this as well.
I have a question. This apparatus, like a container or whatever, when these batteries, they catch on fire, they burn down whole houses and melt the cars and everything. How do you get that out of there and into the?
Well, we would have to cool it down enough to where we could remove it, and put it in this containment. And
so you're saying this continues to burn even after y'all cool it down and get it?
Yes, sir. It's like these Teslas. these Teslas and so forth, man, are, when they go into what they call a runaway, it's major incidents. I mean, they're having to, shut down highways and so forth because of the off-gassing and everything that's coming off of this stuff. It's crazy. Wow. It's really crazy. Once you start digging into this, the solar panels that they're putting on houses are putting the battery systems in the garages. And when there's problems, they've had across the country have had problems with these battery storage places in these garages. That when the fire department's showing up, that this thing is so far in runaway, it's blowing garage doors way off the garages and so forth.
Right. That's what I was thinking, because I've seen some things where like the whole house is burnt down from the car or the golf cart. I was just wondering how you take that and put it into a container.
Yes, we would, as best as we could, we would put that, if we need to put that in a container, we would get it in a container, absolutely.
What do you use originally? You put water on it, or is there substance y'all put on it to slow it down?
We're
Or?
using water to try to cool it down. And there's a certain foam that I used in a specialized class. I don't want to say it to try to promote nobody, but they recommend this foam that we were using in this class for that because of the cooling agents within the foam.
I just didn't try and grasp the concept of how it worked.
It's a lot to it.
Yeah.
The only downside of this, and I wouldn't recommend purchasing this until the ownership of who owns this battery. Once we put it into this containment, I don't want to own it. I'm not bringing it back to our office. So somebody has to take it, and until that is figured out, we would not purchase this, but we wanted to see if we could get money aside for that. I'm not taking it home with me, and I'm not bringing it to my office. So that part of it, and that's the part that they're working on to try to find an outlet for this, because that has not been determined yet at this point in time. I'm not going to put it in a container.
The Solid Waste Authority is taking ion lithium batteries. I have been in contact with them. We're waiting for the lady to come back. I talked to Clint Hogman and put me in contact with the lady there in the office. She's out on vacation in Florida, so once she comes back, Jeremy and I will schedule a meeting to go down there with them. Like I said, they're probably larger vehicle batteries. We have to talk with Battery Mart because they are taking those batteries. And I have talked to Allstate Insurance. They do have a specialized team that if we are dealing with one of these electric cars that have the lithium ion batteries in them, they do have, insurance companies do have special teams that they will call for larger incidents. Now to come in and they say they come in and pick these cars up, and where they take them, they don't know. They can do whatever they do with them. Which, happy with that.
And the last thing on our capital wish list is personal thermal cameras, and they're about $900 to $1,100 a piece. And if we outfitted each firefighter and the chief with one of those, that would be a total of 22 pieces, and that's about a $24,200 expense. And I'll let Chief Roberts explain what that is and the advantage.
Did you get a chance to see these?
I've seen the flare. I've not seen that.
So the new Seek 300 has the best resolution out now for a personal firefighter thermal imaging camera. It will also detect heat and coolness all in one screen. The resolution is unbelievable for this device. For the big thing, finding fire victims fast, finding the seat of a fire fast, firefighter becomes disoriented in a fire, he can use this device to get himself extracted out in a safe manner. Yes, there is a little bit of a price tag to it, but I'm not sure in my line of work of what you put the price tag on someone's life. But these also can be used with investigation if we are doing an investigation. We also have where we can take a picture of whatever we need to take a picture of, we can take a picture and upload it to our reports. It also has a video cammering system on it also, if we elect to use so. But firefighter safety.
So you wear, like the deputy sheriff would wear a body cam, similar to that?
It's similar to that, Commissioner, except like in visibilities of where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, you can see with this camera. Yes, sir.
They'll pick up the heat and everything?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's the real deal when finding someone trapped in a fire or a
Advanced
victim.
than deputies wear, just all
Yes,
the
it's-
camera period.
mhm.
Yeah.
And lastly, as far as personnel, we're asking for, we currently have 2 lieutenants in the fire service. We have our chief and 2 lieutenants. We're asking for a 3rd lieutenant to assume training officer duties to make sure all our guys are trained, our certs are all kept up, and that person to actually orchestrate that training or at least get it done, which is a $1,500 annual increase for that position on the salary.
Which will be a promotion within the department. It will not be a hiring of
Another position.
But you lost that position when you got promoted, correct?
Yes, sir. It never,
You never got filled.
yes. And then in last year's budget, we asked for that position also. Which will be, I'll come back.
Any questions?
No? Any questions? No? All right. Thank you, sirs.
All right, thank you,
We,
gentlemen.
we may have, just due to some money that we saved in capital this year, we may be able to purchase some of the Swiftwater stuff with some money that we've still got in capital. After the commodity flow study, I'm still waiting. I think there's a possibility that this commodity flow study may still be get grant funded. I know we have money in this year's capital approved for that commodity flow study, and due to the timing, we've been holding it to see if we could get it grant funded, but we're getting to the timeline of where we have to get moving on it to get it done in time for the budget year. So we're starting to move on that. It's about a 4-month project, but I think our grant writer has got the verbal approval that is going to be funded, which we'll just recoup those funds that we spend. But we haven't got that letter from the state, that letter making it official.
And Brand, what was that cost on that commodity flow study?
Exactly what it was. I think it's 6,500. $6,825. $6,825, and I think we allowed in the budget, we allowed 7,500 for it, and it came in a little low, so it's one of the savings that we've been able to save.
Very good, thank you.
But that's about, that's about 4 months to get it done. So if we get that started in March, we'll, hopefully have it done by July. But with this one, if you recall, previously we did the commodity flow study, then we did the rail amendment. So this one's doing the rail and the commodity flow study all in one, putting it all together in 1 year. Because I think it's been 7 years for the commodity flow study, and I think about five for the rail.
And that's
one.
good information.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All righty, well, break again. Alrighty, we're back in session. We're going to start a little bit early for Main Street Martinsburg and Rob Blair.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me. And first off, just thank you for all the support that you've shown Main Street through the years, both through your contributions financially, but also through other means of support. Obviously, I'm here to answer any questions you might have about the requests that we have submitted. But I'd also like to share, if you all don't mind, some of the successes that we've had over the past year. I handed you those sheets, and this is what I gave the folks in Charleston and DC, just an overview of our Main Street program and some of the things happening in the district. Of course, you all have a closer finger on the pulse here, so you know about these big projects that have happened in downtown. This is mostly just to acquaint some of the folks that are further away. But as you can see, we have hundreds of thousands of folks that have been coming downtown for our festivals. We have, in the past 3 years, our district not only is growing in terms of the brick and mortars that we have, but as you all are well aware, our downtown is growing in a really healthy way, not just on the focus of Queen Street anymore. King Street is back online, so to speak, with the garage going live. Downtown is growing in all sorts of different directions thanks to the support of so many folks and so many different organizations. And we're really proud of those efforts. And then at the bottom, one of the things that I'm really proud of is our USDA loan that we have offered to so many small businesses over the years, but particularly in the past 3 years, over $37,500. And when I first came on in 2021, 3%, it's a $12,500 loan at 3%. And in 2021, that wasn't the most lucrative thing, but nowadays, our downtown businesses are really excited about that being something that we offer because it's quite an interest rate in today's market. So those are some of the things that we're really excited about. Of course, you all are very aware of the festivals and some of those things that we have been doing and will continue to do. But I've been trying to emphasize to folks, because we just had Main Street America come visit us back in December. We had our community assessment that happens every so often. And, like I'm sure all of you are with your businesses and your jobs and your positions here, I was very nervous and critical going into it. And the report that we received afterwards was almost glowing. They said that there are obviously a couple of projects in the works. The garage wasn't open yet. Monument, we all know what's happening over at the Mills, and some other investments in our district that they knew about and they're excited to see come to fruition, but also some internal things that between our board, our volunteers, our committees that we need to iron out. But the consensus amongst them and our state organization was in the next couple of years, we should start applying for the coveted Great American Main Street Award, which is given out to 3 communities nationwide every year. It's a pretty prestigious award, and I'm just really proud, not only of the work that our volunteers, our board, and our businesses have done, but it's taken a real steering of some things in a lot of different areas. So I'm really proud of that, and what that all comes from is the Main Street 4-point approach, and that is through organization, through design, so obviously aesthetic thing, improvements downtown, economic vitality, meaning the recruitment, retention, and training of our businesses and our small business owners. And then I always blank on one, and it doesn't matter which one it is. I always manage to blank on one. Design, organization, economic vitality, and promotion, which would be the festivals. And I'd say we do a pretty good job of those. So we're excited for 2024 and obviously fiscal year 24-25. We have some projects that we hope to partner with the city on in the near future to continue to make downtown as aesthetically pleasing as possible. and through the support of you all, the city, and all of our passport holders, we are able to send not just myself, as it's prescribed by Main Street America, but my board president and some other committee chairs to all the necessary trainings that Main Street America, Strong Towns, all those organizations require. So we're hoping that in 2024, we'll continue to lay some of the framework for those things, continue to make our committees more robust, continue with the events that we have, but aid businesses and our downtown a little bit more in areas that we haven't been able to focus on in the past. So with that, any questions you all might have about my request and everything else?
If we have any questions, I usually start with HD. So
good.
Do you have any major thoughts on what you're using the 40,000 for? Did I miss that?
Yeah. So right now, what it would go towards our administrative budget right now, the cost to do some of the training and some of the travel that is required of us. For example, this year we have we're having a strategic plan actually this month that'll help us shape the next 3 years, the direction that we want to take the organization, some of the key projects and deliverables that we're going to, come back with and aim for. Obviously, all of those things.
So it's still paid staff, you and Raven?
Yeah, just 2 paid staff right now. Okay. And you'll see some of the, it all broken down on that administrative budget. We are hoping through these funds, as well as what we have requested at the city, to be able to offer Raven health insurance benefits. Right now, we don't offer that. I'm blessed to have it through my wife. So a more competitive benefits package for, the staff here, with what other main streets in the area offer. But it essentially goes towards that whole administrative budget. So the training and travel being 2 of the bigger ones, which thankfully it's not more, because Appalachian Region Commission, and our West Virginia coordinating program do cover some of those costs. So that's a great benefit to being in the Main Street network. But it would go towards the training, travel, and more of those administrative costs.
Mm-hmm. How much do y'all pay to stay where you're at right now?
$13,000 is rent right now.
A year?
Mm-hmm. And they cover internet, utilities, print, any kind of copies and stuff like that. That's right. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Steve?
Is there still a statewide coordinator for Main Street?
Yes. Her name's Jennifer Brennan. She came over from the State Historic Preservation Office. So she is.
It's her job to go around the state. I knew the girl that used to be.
Monica? Was it Monica?
No, this was Susie.
Okay. Yeah, so she accompanied Lisa from Main Street America in December. They both did our site visit.
Make their rounds, but as far as funding from the state,
Mm-hmm.
Zero.
In terms of our program directly, nothing. The way that it works from the state is her salary and her benefits are paid through Appalachian Region Commission, and from what I understand, ARC, you have to have a state match to receive those funds. So I know the state matches it some, and we have what they call technical assistance funds. So
that's all they did was just pay her salary.
they pay her salary, and they do offer technical assistance to us. So like we did a survey in 2022 that helped us recruit businesses, and helped us get a better pulse on, the downtown demographic, as well as, that helps us when we apply for different grants. But they paid for that survey to be done, and they're paying for our strategic plan here in February, which is about $11,000. So they do offer some, like I said, technical assistance, things like engineering costs if we wanted to do, for example, some sort of project with lighting or with other, infrastructural grants that obviously we wouldn't facilitate by ourselves. We'd partner with the city or whoever the necessary people would be in that case, but their technical assistance offers like engineering fees and planning and different things like that.
How many Main Street programs are there in the state?
There are 29, excuse me, total, and that's on track and Main Street. So the number of I think it's maybe 12 full on Main Streets, meaning the requirement is you have a full-time director, and you meet accreditation standards. So accreditation isn't necessarily like you did the bare minimum. Like that's what most folks think accreditation would be. If you do the bare minimum, you're going to drop down to the on track again, and you need a lot of TLC. An accredited program means you're doing exceptional in the eyes of Main Street, West Virginia, and America. So there's about 12 accredited Main Streets with full-time directors, and then 20-some that are on track. They just announced today, actually, 3 more. Ravenwood, I can't remember the other 2, but yeah.
I would say that if I'm ever planning an outdoor event, I want you to pick the date.
Yeah, the weather's...
You've been pretty daggone
He's
good.
spot on, isn't he? Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
Anyway, how far north does the Main Street District go?
We like to say that the northernmost point of our district, like the North Pole, is Aspen Hall. So our district actually is the properties therein on the railroad east, they're on Water Street, west on Tuskegee, and then where they converge at Aspen Hall. And then the south is, the Boydville district. So it's a little more loose there. It's not a hard border, but...
So you don't go north of the subway?
Not currently, no. That is something that, we amended our bylaws. It used to end at South Street, and we amended our bylaws in 2022 to include Boydville, because at the center of Main Street is, economic development through historic preservation. We are originally, Main Street America, a subsidiary of the National Trust, which they're all about historic preservation. So it only made sense to have Boydville in there. And I imagine as our, historic downtown continues to grow and evolve, places like the Boomtown District, Irish Hill might be something we would consider adopting as commercial vitality comes through there. But currently Aspen Hall.
Do you get any assistance from CVB?
We get assistance from them as we apply for grants. So we are treated as anybody else who applies for any of the existing grants that they have.
So, if you go do, like your food truck vendors or your St. Patrick's Day, you would apply to them for a grant for advertising or whatever?
They have a 3-year seed grant, totaling $10,000 for 3 years, so 30 in total. And they have one-time media grants of $2,500. We've been awarded the $2,500 grants on event-to-event basis. I do know that it is our hope that after we have this strategic plan, one of the big things that Main Street America emphasizes, and that we do as well, is that you have a 3 to 5 year transformation strategy. So you're not changing your mission of your organization, you're not changing who you are, but you identify exactly the problems that you have or the hurdles, and you break it down into a 3-year plan, and you should cycle through that every so often and refresh it. So it's our hope that once we have that transformation strategy in place here in March, that our committees would be able to have their plan of attack, and we would apply for that $10,000 on a 5-year or a 3-year basis grant that they have, to help push that narrative into the community as we continue to grow as a county. I've been harping that growth in the county is good, but without your historic downtown, you lose your heart and your soul and who you are if you forget about the history of where you've been. So we hope that after we have that, we will have we'll apply for that grant to try to keep that mission and message going.
So do they give you that 3-year grant per event or per your organization?
So that grant that I'm referencing is
The first one you said. The
$10,000 every year for 3 years. And it just depends on what I would apply for. So I don't have the verbiage memorized, but
I'm just wondering if they award it to like the organization of Main Street one time, or if you're able to get it for St. Patty's Day for 3 years, able to get it for Wine
Right.
Fest for 3 years. Like,
The-
are you able to get that for multiple events, like 30,000 for this
we-
one, 30 for this one, 30 for this one?
So we've had more success with the $2,500 application. We did apply for the $10,000 one in fall of 2022, and we were not awarded it for the food truck festival. They did give us $10,000 on a one-time basis because at that point we'd just come out of the COVID bounce and everything was astronomically more expensive than it was before. For example, Porta John's almost tripled in price for us. Every rental that we had before. So we're looking at our budget and saying, well, this doesn't work anymore. You know, the model for this, can you guys help us out? Because it brings near 15,000 people downtown for the day. They did give it to us on a one-time basis, but they did not award us the full grant. And that's something worth noting as well. It doesn't show up in the administrative costs, but because we break it down, administrative costs, and then each event stands on its own. They have their own budgets, and we did incur a new cost last year. Thankfully, we have an insurance agent on the board, and she did a little audit of what is covered. And you're very familiar with this topic, HD, but we realized that our insurance through BRIM does not cover the sale of alcohol. It covers host alcohol coverage. So our Wine Fest, for example, is covered because you buy a ticket and you get into an event. So that means you're not in the business of selling alcohol, according to the state underwriter. But for our free events where we sell beer by the glass, it's $5 to go get a beer poured. We are now in the business of selling alcohol, so that event was not covered. Meaning it is a $3,700 fee per day that we hold a festival, which really eats into us as a nonprofit.
That used to be $900 per day before the whole stuff with the drone, but I'm actually getting ready to make a phone call tonight about that because Jason Barrett's working to try to change the legislation on the DRAM law.
Okay.
For the state of West Virginia. Because in Virginia right now,
yeah, we talked
it's
about
like,
it a little bit last week.
It's like $300 a year in West Virginia for establishment.
Right.
From West Virginia, you're looking $28,000 to $50,000 a year per establishment. Because everybody stopped carrying the DRAM insurance, which is your liquor liability insurance.
Yeah, Doug Arndt has to take us to Cincinnati. Nobody in the state of West Virginia will insure us for these events.
And it's a major problem. I addressed it 2 years ago with the state insurance commissioner, and he said he couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, any event that you do, you need that insurance, and it is very expensive, and it's hard to even get. Like, I almost had to pay. I almost lost my lease where I was at because I couldn't get it. It came down to a couple of days, and I ended up having to pay almost $30,000, and my only other option was $56,000 for the year.
I'm going to have to check. I've got a meeting with the risk pool next week.
Okay.
And I will check to see. They used to have a program that it was specialized for events, and I'll have to find out what all that would entail.
And also, I found out 2 days ago, Truist called me.
Oh.
And they're getting in the insurance business, and they do carry DRAM insurance.
Okay.
So you may want to talk to, what is his name? He's the manager on the Queen Street branch. I can't think of his name right off hand, but his guy was supposed to be getting back in touch with me about that. They were going to get me quotes on the DRAM insurance. So they are carrying that now.
Okay.
So Truist is.
Yeah, the
So
Fair
you may
Festival
speak to
is pretty tricky, and I did speak with our elected officials down in Charleston about it. West Virginia is just a hard state to get insurance in. It's very easy to sue.
Dan said it's like an event. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
See, the problem is if somebody goes out here and wrecks their car,
I understand.
they can sue the event and way further into that and all the way down to the landowner.
I mean, so much so that we are offered through the National Trust a Main Street specific insurance where festivals are included, where all these things are included. And one of the disqualifiers is that we are in the state of West Virginia. So it is a problem. But all that to say, that was,
it's being worked on.
An extra $10,000, $15,000 for us last year. So
I'm going to have a guy from the risk pool. Mike Rezak or Steve
Okay.
Rawlings get a hold of you, or you call them about coverage.
Okay.
If an event covers, because if I'm an individual and let's say I want to have an event out at the Poorhouse Farm Park, I can get my own insurance, but the risk pool offers what's called a TULIP policy. And I can't remember the acronym, what it means, but it stands for coverage, under like a one-time deal. And it's a minimal charge, but I don't know if they would cover, something for the downtown Main Street, but.
Right. I think
it's
where it
worth
gets
looking
dicey
into.
too ends up being that we anticipate 10 to 15,000 people
Well-
each time. So
Well, the risk pool's a little different. It's self-insured.
All counties and not municipalities?
No, we're municipalities now. Mhm.
oh, good.
So I'll either get with Mike Rezak or
Thank you.
Steve Rawlings.
Yeah. Anything that could help with that would be greatly appreciated.
I would be surprised if they couldn't do something.
Right.
I don't know what, but I'll find
Right.
out.
Okay. I'll put that in there too. Research the TULIP policy a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get on their website, which is WV Corp,
Okay.
and then look and there's a bunch of pull down lists, and then it'll give you contact. But Mike Rezak or Steve Rawlings.
Great.
Will be the one or two that I would get
Great.
in touch with.
Great.
All righty. Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All righty.
Y'all take
Yeah,
care.
Great afternoon.
Yep. You too.
Bye-bye. All right, well, we can sit here for another 20 minutes. Take a break. Okay, we are back in session at 4 o'clock and no other business to be had today. Mr. Boyd, since Mr. Barnhart's not here, what do you wish to do?
I'd like to move to recess, sir.
We are in recess. Thank you.